Well, everybody, it's out. Defenders of the Legacy, Bloody Roar Fanzine is out. And for some reason, 556ers saw fit to put my video up here. But, as you can see, we've got a ton of full-page illustrations, art, dojin, short stories. A lot of people contributed to this. More than was expected. And it has turned into a 158 or 59 page behemoth of a fanzine. Nearly a gigabyte of Bloody Roar fan stuff. And, I saw someone mention this in a Discord, but they said that it's nice to be able to find Bloody Roar fan stuff without having to try and, Google search it. Because, number one, it's all concentrated in one place, and two, do not use Google to search for anything anymore. They deliberately made it bad, so that you'll have to use it more to try and find whatever you're looking for. Anyway, I have the fanzine right here. Let's put on some music to set the mood, and get right into this. Wow, that was loud. I have this on shuffle, and for some reason it went to Greg first. Alright, so the cover art for this was done by an artist named Takun. And as you can see, he used a lot of the Primal Fury / Extreme designs for this. Slightly more ambiguous with the Gato one, because you only see the face shot, but I think it's a safe bet considering how everything else looks in this. It's just an inside cover page. And I normally don't read stuff on my streams, but for this, I will make an exception. Preface. Bloody Roar is a one-of-a-kind fighting game series worthy of celebration to this day. As the last entry released over 20 years ago, those of us still enamored by its charm wanted to reflect on the legacy of the series. What fans of Bloody Roar want to preserve and share into the future. Through this multimedia collection, we hope to show appreciation for all aspects of this unique series that has kept us coming back through the years, and prove that it's possible to keep the passion for Bloody Roar alive in our own ways. This free digital zine package includes 24 full-page illustrations, 6 short stories, a 10-page comic, an additional 20 assorted artworks, an essay, an interview, assorted digital and or printable merchandise, and other goodies, all contributed by over 40 creatives inspired by their favorite zoanthropic street brawlers. Also, the ending music for 3 just started playing, so I guess we're done with the stream, that's it. Anyway. No AI training. Without in any way limiting the author's and artist's exclusive rights, any use of this publication to train general artificial intelligence, AI, technologies, and facilitate the development of machine learning language models in order to generate images or text is expressly prohibited. If you do that, Busuzima will bicycle kick you square in the ass. He'll do it. I've seen it. That fits perfectly right in this little gap here. You can kind of see the motion line over the top of the word button, but other than that worked out pretty well. And here you have the table of contents. I have a screenshot of this on another monitor, just so I have something I can quickly reference. And nice little spot art of Xion in Unborn form over here. I'm not a drawing artist myself, but having to draw all of this little shit, I would not have the patience for this. Props to the people who do. Oh hey, Willow Man Kane. This is a Bloody Roar fanzine that just released, and I'm gonna go through the entire thing. Damn, right off the bat. We have another huge spread of, again, the Primal Fury / Extreme costumes. Is that Yugo's beast form in the background, or is it Fang? I could go either way. Nah, it's got to be Yugo, because Fang would have the like parts of the jacket coming off that looks like wings. Very sassy Oriko and Alice. And I like what they did with the Bakuryu scarf that goes all the way up to the opposite corner of the piece. And now on this other side, by the way, that was Danita who drew this. And then over here, this is Tiger Uchimaru. Up here, we just assume Stun's like an American football guy, and naturally he would root for the Cowboys. So, this is actually somewhat historically accurate. January 28th, 1996, it was Super Bowl 30 between the Cowboys and the Steelers. This is a photo of Stun rushing the field in excitement and proclaiming, "How about them Cowboys?" because the Cowboys won. And it's very small. I'm not going to zoom in because that'll throw off everything I'm trying to do here. But up in this corner, there are a bunch of despondent or angry Steelers fans. One of them may or may not be a reference to a sports YouTuber named Urinating Tree. Surprised the series is as old as me. Join the club. Hello, 556ers. We just started recently. Looking at this one down here, we have a very young Yugo. Doesn't have the scar over the face yet, but he does have a band-aid. I assume that he just headbutts a lot of things in real life. July 12th, 1994. And we got his dad Yuji over here. It's strange for like there to be art of Yuji, considering there's just one image in-game of him, I think, which is like a kind of blurry Polaroid of him and Gato. And it's like 3D modeling from the first Bloody Roar game, which was kind of off. And they're trying to do like a small photo of him, so he has kind of like a misshapen face in that. But I think this fills in the blanks rather nicely. Twitch has gotten really bad when it comes to ads. And over here, this is obviously the sign for the display for these animals. Tairiku o Kami. And that is, God, I'm blanking on what that translates to. But it's a type of wolf, and yeah, all of this checks out. This is, obviously it goes off screen. But this was all stuff written about the animal here, and it was placed onto the sign. I like it. Now, welcome to the Alice section. So this one is, on the left you have Angel Alice by Jack. I'm sorry. As someone who's colorblind, when I see something like this and I go, wow, those colors, you know you've done something. Now, I'm headcanon this to say that, like, this is mid-Beast Drive. Like, maybe we're in the middle of the Bunny Love Beast Drive or something. And I like what they did with that logo that incorporates the rabbit for the A behind it. And now on the other side, we have This is birthday gift by Neo. Is that for me? It's your birthday, right? Your gift. A friendship renewal for 1 year from Yugo. You... Hold on, I need to bring up something. Okay, there it is. Yugo, you idiot. But you know what? He's our f***ing idiot. We've been friends for a long time, and I still want to be your friend for this next year. Dude, get like a 4-year friend plan. There's more than just like the 1-year lease on friendship. It's a lame gift, isn't it? I mean, that face says it all, doesn't it? Best gift is to have you as my friend. Even though this is written, I can detect a little venom in her words. Moving on. Oh, geez, now we're talking. That is Sheena versus Busuzima on the left, credited to Willow or Grimleaf. You know, the first thing that should stand out to me is, like Marvel about to whoop Busuzima's ass. But then I see this. The Vespa with the P sticker on it, just straight up Fooly Cooly reference, front and center. And I'm all for it. Oh wait, is this the gas station from the opening for Primal Fury / Extreme? I just noticed that. Because that kind of looks like the car that Sheena's driving in the beginning of that. And yeah, Busuzima is on a Vespa. Not that Vespa, but still. I'm not used to seeing Gato so smug like this, but you know what? For him, it makes sense. And now we have the absolute units on the right side. Uriko and Uranus by Elu. That is a face that is going to murder me in my sleep. This one is also going to murder me in my sleep, but they're going to be a little slower about it. Drag it out a little more. I do like the effect of, like in the background, they have the 2 different chimera forms for each of them. Sorry, anytime I see numbers like this on the side of someone, even though I've never watched Evangelion, my mind goes to Evangelion for that sort of thing. Also, sorry if I'm like not giving like a whole lot of input on the art thing. Like, I know nothing about drawing. I'm just trying to call out things as I see them. Oh, Jerry the OG would spend all the yen on these. This is Uriko Gacha by Isra on the left side here. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3. That's all the Bloody Roar 2 costumes. And then over here, got Bloody Roar 3, Primal Fury. Even the 1 extra costume from 4 is here, which, you know, I think this is like an okay costume for her. It's one of the few things that Bloody Roar 4 did okay. I'm also amused by the idea that Uriko has to buy all of her own gachas. Oh yeah, and of course the secret like BR1 boss things over here. Alright. We're getting into the first comic. Home is where the heart is. Written by Snoof. Hey, I know who that is. Illustrated by Sujin. This is a very cozy art style and color palette. Also loving how everyone's got food where they specifically shaped it according to their beast forms. Because just writing the name on the side of the box would have been too much effort. This is much simpler, I guess. Nah, it's cozy. Oh, we're starting right off with the events at/near the end of Bloody Roar 1. And we're just going to say that Mitsuko is the one that got there and fought her first. This, in particular, like, I don't know if it was, like, specifically calling back to it, but it reminds me of, when I eventually get to it, the final chapter in Bloody Roar the Fang. Obviously very different circumstances, and a very different outcome. But there's another instance there where there's like this giant creature and then a person stuck in the middle of it. Oh yeah, that's another thing too, Tiger. Like, you have the spines coming off of the beast form, and that acts as different panels. That's a really nice creative touch. So anyway, she beats up her daughter. I like this touch, just that Gato guy. Because it's the first game. A lot of these characters don't really know each other yet. Fast forward. I'm gonna assume this cat is also part of the family. Let's see, are you really sure about this, Mrs. Nonamura? Oh, is that... Oh, why am I blank? Doraemon. Is that Doraemon back there? It looks like it. Drop the misses, you're a part of this family. My big sis for real. Does being big sis also mean you're on the receiving end of target practice? It is Doraemon? I knew it. Let's go doing all the mom things. They're actually on time for school. I'm gonna assume that like the end of Bloody Roar 1 from Mitsuko still happens in this. Where she just like rushes in like, get your ass out of bed! You'll be on time, even if begrudgingly. Protests led by the ZLF have been met with increasing violence. Many of the world's governments are calling for military intervention in the face of local wars, and the UN is currently in talks with its members about assembling an international task force to quell the fighting between man and beast. But the debate rages on. Do zoanthropes deserve the rights they're spilling blood for, or are they just... Hey, I know that guy. Well, I think I know that guy. Sorry, I'm looking like really close at these shadows in the background. Girls, keep your head down. You hear? Doesn't feel right doing nothing. Feeding and supplying the community is nothing? The store's kinda different. Maybe when things calm down, we can think about going out there. But right now, you keep quiet, you stay safe. Fought too hard to put ourselves right back in harm's way. Hey, I know this shot. I still have the V-jump with this and certain other looks in it. Except in that one, yeah, it looks like this is like a few minutes after that image from the V-jump, because in that one there's the big crowd of people and Alice is standing up. Even that shoe on the ground, I'm pretty sure that was in the V-jump image too. But it looks like the people are dispersing and Alice is just slumped down, taking in everything. This looks like the start of an Alice and Uriko like title card for a Flash animation. I kinda wish that happened. You're really leaving? I'm not kicking you out, I know. But nursing is the best way for me to help out there. I want to build a life of my own too, be independent. Besides, Uriko probably wants her own room back. I'm not your excuse. Yes, you are. That's your beast form, the excuse. Door's always open for you. Part of this family, no matter what. Don't ever forget that. It's cozy. It's heartwarming. It's too much for me. Next. Ah! Judging by this, she is in a Steam horror game. Nah, this is Bloody Roar 2. Well, 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 how the turntables. Auntie Metzko. Stop calling her auntie, she's your mom too. He's got a point. Drop the auntie crap and get over here. Excuse me, I see this, and I see get over here, and I need to do something for a moment. Get inside the van! Go, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah! Go, 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 go! Go, go, go! Oh. I need water after that. Compatriots, today let us reject hatred and abandon our foolish conflict. It's appropriate the staff role is playing over this. Remember that the courage to overcome fear and conquer the unknown has been the driving force behind all the human progress. Remember, too, that prejudiced societies which exclude those who are different have produced only pain and sorrow. Let this confidence unite all of humanity in creating a new era. Just as an aside, like, obviously, I love what's going on with the art, but the writing is very consistent with how these characters act and how they talk. Like, I could totally see Gato saying this in one of the games. One that does not follow bloodshed, but is instead built on a bedrock of understanding and brotherly love. And appropriately, right next to that, you have... Okay, it's credited as Noise. Did this Gato piece. Like, we're only 21 pages in, and just the amount of different art styles that people are using throughout this is kind of impressive. Like, this one, I'm very curious to see, like, aside from just, like, how they sketched out the character, like, how they decided to, like, go with the, like, brush style and color palettes that they used. Alright. First story. This is Fox's Story, Murder and Acquisition by, I think that's Fiorina, if I remember correctly. Alright, and we got some redacted text in here, so I gotta be ready for that. Talon Corporation, London Regional HQ. Internal meeting transcript, level 3 clearance, file reference TC-LDN/EX/2025-0814-R. Date. Location, Boardroom 7B, Canary Wharf Facility. Begin transcript. 04602. Cho, Procurement. So as long as we keep our suppliers diversified moving forward, we'll avoid any further reagent shortages. I'm gonna skip the time codes and just do the names. Matthew Connors, Convener. Excellent. That should keep Dr. Yamada's team content, at least for a few months. Now, before we all rush off to celebrate the arrival of the new coffee machine, there's one final issue we've put off long enough. Dr. Ishikawa. Susan, would you take it from here? Try to stick close to what Gato said in his BR2 story epilogue, but took some liberties. Yeah, it's not going to be exactly the same, because, like, the situation's not going to be exactly the same. But I thought you did well, like, staying consistent with how he would speak for that sort of thing. Susan Hale, HR. Thanks, Matthew. I said Matthew instead of Matthew. I have botchamania on the mind, apparently. I'm sure rumors have been circulating through the genomics project about Ishikawa's sudden departure. I regret to confirm his employment was terminated as of last night. Now, the details remain confidential, but I can tell you this much. He left work on Friday carrying a tranche of highly sensitive data, material we believe he intended to sell to a third party. Crane, PR. You believe. Gareth Mullen, Security. We're past belief. IT logged the connection of an external drive to his terminal that afternoon. Roughly 30 gigabytes of sequencing data and implantation run results were copied from the Genomics NAS. And 1 gigabyte of that was this fanzine. One of my operatives was moving in to intercept him during what appeared to be a handoff. We assume he was meeting a contact, possibly a competitor. We don't know yet which. Dr. Yamada, R&D. So it's really out. 30 years of research undone by one jittery lab tech with a USB drive? Tokyo will have an aneurysm. Susan. Actually, the situation is a little more Ishikawa's dead. Did you... No, not us. What matters is the drive was recovered before it could be transferred. It's been destroyed. There's no ongoing risk of exposure. Effective immediately, all staff will undergo inspection at clock in and clock out. IT is implementing hardware audits and air-gapping systems with proprietary datasets. There will be a full review of data containment protocols. I expect complete cooperation. Dean, Administration. Where was your response team during all of this? They were en route to intercept. However, a fortuitous event negated the need for any direct intervention. It may represent a potential opportunity. Petrov, IT. What's that supposed to mean? It means the individual responsible for neutralizing Dr. Ishikawa was not one of ours. But they may have potential for a working arrangement. We'll discuss that contact offline. For now, assume full compliance with Gareth's security directives. Susan, keep me informed about your opportunity. Quietly. Meeting adjourned. Oh, that spot art. And I like the inclusion of that skull behind there. I think when I first saw this, my knee-jerk reaction was, oh, Beast Crest, but Fox didn't really have one. He wasn't in the series at all beyond one. And of course, Fox just, had quite a night on the town by the look of that hand. Talon Corporation, London HQ, Security Review Room 4B, Transcript, Eternal Review, Incident involving Dr. Kenji Ishikawa. Participants, Susan Hale, Head of HR, Gareth Mullen, Director of Security. Begin transcript. I'm not going to read the names over and over if they've already been introduced. The following footage was acquired from CCTV in the vicinity of the incident. Acquired? Our contact in the Met. One of your recruits, wasn't he? The one with the daughter at Oxford. The one with the twitch. Technically, I'm the one with the twitch here. That's the same person, Gareth. I'm surprised how superficial you can get. I see what sticks out. He also gave me this little tidbit. The good doctor was in deep shtuck with the local loan sharks. 10 grand or more. Well, that explains why our hard drive went walkabout to the opposition. What a bloody fool. Right, play it. Let's see, pedestrians move in and out of frame under sodium lights. Timecode starts 11:56 p.m., Friday, outside the mechanic. Close enough to kicking out time. I'll skip ahead past the punters. Here. That's Ishikawa? Yes. And the man he's meeting is from Genesys Biotech. Unbelievable. We'll have to assess what he knows. I like the bit of world building for the Talon Corporation itself that's been going on this entire time. Like, you have to create a structure within Talon, people assigned to those roles, and then decide on the dynamics between all of those, which is not a simple thing to do, even for a short story like this. Watch. They head down Gloucester Avenue, toward the canal. Switching camera, under the bridge now. There's a camera there? It's London. There are cameras bloody everywhere. Video shifts, a dim underpass. Ishikawa and the contact descend the steps. Movement flickers in the shadows. Here they come, and... bam. Christ, I didn't even see them there. Neither did Ishikawa. Perfect ambush point. A blur surges from the dark, one fluid motion. Ishikawa's contact bolts out of frame as the attacker seizes Ishikawa by the collar. They go straight for the throat. No hesitation. And no weapon yet, just bare hands. Watch this part. Ishikawa is slammed into the wall repeatedly. The sound of impacts carries even through the tinny speakers. Oh, that's... unpleasant. They're enjoying it. Look, again, just ragdolling him. They've made their point. The rest of it, well, that's just cruelty. No kidding. Look how fast. He never even gets a chance to react. You'd think he was up against a... She trails off, squinting at the monitor. A zoanthrope? Maybe. But look, no change, no morphological distortion, just human. Ishikawa drops to his knees, gasping. The attacker delivers a sharp boot to his ribs, then another to the hip. Ishikawa crumples. There, he's still moving, barely. One last stamp. And that's it. Spine's gone. Brutal. Calculated. Watch what comes next. The figure pauses over the body, kneels, draws a knife. 2 swift diagonal cuts, an X across the forehead. Then a shove. Ishikawa's body tumbles into the canal. Quite the flourish. You're right, calling card. She leans closer to the screen. Hold on, pause, roll it back a bit. Stop. What are you seeing? The time code. From the first strike to disposal, under a minute. 48 seconds, maybe less. That's faster than the Tokyo team's takedown drills. They're not one of ours. No record of anyone operating the city that night. The old man and Bruce Lee were still in the air from Haneda. I like that. Old man and Bruce Lee. Oh, they even have pet names for their operatives. And we need to find out who he is. Anyone that efficient, that clean, even without enhancement, deserves a closer look. Can you give your man in the Met another squeeze? Ideally have him lose the footage. We really don't need PC Plod sniffing around this. It'll get very sensitive very quickly. I've got leverage. And we really need a name, a face, a background, something to get the measure of Jack the Ripper on this tape. If they're independent, we make contact. And if they're not, then we find out who he's working for and make them irrelevant. End transcript. I'm going to take a drink before I continue. Oh, now we're breaking away from Thailand Corporation. Metropolitan Police Service, Serious Crime Directorate, Criminal Intelligence Report. Subject, Taubman, Hans. File number, SC/1974/. Classification, confidential, active investigation. Identity, name, Taubman, Hans. Known aliases, Fox. Date of birth, sex, male. Nationality, UK, believed German descent. Last known address, disused flat, Dockside Estate, Poplar, E14. Man, even going that specific for that kind of thing. Current status, at large, whereabouts unknown. Risk assessment, level 5. Armed and extremely dangerous. Background. Hans Taubman, known by the alias Fox, as in cunning like a, emerged from London's East End underclass in the mid-teens. Abandoned in childhood, he was raised intermittently through state care and street associations, frequently absconding from foster placements. Records from Tower Hamlets Social Services describe him as, quote, highly intelligent, emotionally detached, and exhibiting early signs of sociopathy. By age 13, he was operating within small juvenile gangs engaged in shoplifting, mugging, and illegal street fights. Reports from his school and local youth offending teams describe a boy who, quote, rarely spoke, but smiled when others bled. Criminal history. 20. Petty theft, assault, age 12. Arrested for stealing mobile phones at Canary Wharf shopping precinct. Assaulted a pursuing security officer with a broken bottle. Charges dropped due to age and lack of parental guardian for prosecution. 20. Arson, property damage, age 14. Fire set at abandoned community center in Stepney. 2 local rough sleepers killed. Evidence circumstantial, no conviction. Witnesses described a, quote, blonde-haired boy laughing, unquote, at the scene. 20. Knife assault, GBH, age 15. Stabbed a rival youth gang member in Whitechapel Market. Victim survived. CCTV compromised by deliberate camera spray painting. Known associates refused to testify. 20. Illegal prize fighting / racketeering, age 16. Fought under the name Fox in underground fighting circuits in Wapping and Shoreditch. Developed signature move of crossing knife wounds into an X shape. Gained reputation for precision and lack of hesitation. So, I'm thinking ahead here, but X shape? Just implying something with Yugo, maybe? Perhaps? Or is it just a coincidence? 20. Murder of age 17. Victim was mid-level enforcer for the Vauxhall firm. Found dead on the grounds of a traveling circus, throat slit and chest marked with an X. Knife consistent with earlier Fox assaults. Taubman disappeared for 6 months. No charges. 20. Suspected contract killing of Sergei Antonov, age 18. Antonov, ex-Russian soldier and alleged fixer and known associate of international mercenaries. Stabbed multiple times outside a Soho bar. CCTV shows hooded male, blonde hair visible under cap with prominent fashion logo, walking prominent fashion logo. That is on brand for this character. Walking calmly from the scene. Forensics suggest weapon linked to East End supply network. Unproven, but several informants attribute the job to Fox. 20. Docklands Massacre, age 20. 5 members of the Kensington outfit found executed in a warehouse near the Thames, all with matching X chest lacerations post-mortem. Scene left in disarray. All exits were jammed shut, victims strewn around the warehouse with clear signs of an extended struggle. Forensics indicate single assailant, precise and silent entry and exit. Rumored retaliation for unpaid contract. Psychological profile. Taubman exhibits high psychopathic traits, combining meticulous planning with a narcissistic obsession with aesthetic violence. Psychological notes from prior juvenile evaluations describe him as, quote, excited by the sight of blood and deriving beauty from destruction. I'm into it. Not the blood and destruction thing, just how this is written. Current intelligence. Last verified sighting, March 20, near Primrose Hill, London. Threat summary. Subject is considered a professional-level contract killer with aesthetic compulsions influencing victim selection and method. Approach with extreme caution. Should apprehension be necessary, armed response unit and negotiation specialists are to be deployed under supervision of the Serious Organized Crime Command. Prepared by DCI Eleanor Park, Serious Crime Directorate, Metropolitan Police Service, approved by Commander J. Haversham, Counter and Crime and Intelligence Division, date. Alright, so we have that the public knows something about this Fox fellow. And now, looks like Tylon's making contact. Talon Corporation Field Operations Report, transcript excerpt. Location, the 10 Bells, Spittle Fields, 2341 GMT. Parties, Susan Hale, Gareth Mullen, Hans, Fox, Taubman. Unidentified at time of contact. Can't believe we're doing this in a bloody pub. Relax, Gareth, it's neutral ground. Besides, I doubt he's the type to attend a boardroom interview. Hale nods toward the corner booth. A figure sits alone, half in shadow. Lean, angular, silver chain catching the light. Long blonde hair in a tight bun. Sharp blue eyes that could be either gender, either species. Smiling faintly, like they already know the script. That's him. That's him? Christ, I thought we were looking for a bloke. We are. Just happens to look better in that blouse than you do in that suit. Right. Bloody hell. They approach. Hans looks up, eyes glittering under the low amber light. You two look lost. If you're after the toilets, wrong end of the bar. Not quite. You're Hans Taubman. Depends who's asking. I'm Mullen. This is Hale. We represent an interested party, and would like to ask if you... Fucking hell, sit down before you embarrass yourselves. They sit. Hans keeps their posture loose, amused, unbothered, assessing them both over the rim of a cosmopolitan. Yeah, Hans would be a cosmopolitan person. You made quite the impression last week. Oh? Was I on telly again? Not exactly. Let's say we were impressed by your efficiency and your style. Flattery will get you everywhere, miss. You killed a man in 40 seconds and slashed up his corpse. That's not style, that's psychotic. Call it what you like. He'd racked up quite a pretty penny for some folks who shouldn't keep waiting. I just signed him off. Mullen stiffens. Hale remains calm, folding her hands neatly on the table. Freelance gig, nothing personal. Fun, though. Look, we're not here to moralize. Actually, you did us a service. So, by way of thanks, we'd like to make you an offer. Better than freelancing, stability, resources, a chance to do what you do best, without the police breathing down your neck. And what's that then? We needn't say it out loud. But you know what happens to the clever ones in the gutter. They rot. We're offering you something better. You'd get to keep doing what you do best, just with perks. Training, fashion budget even. Clothes and killing? You're spoiling me. You're unstable. You can see it in your eyes. Unstable? That's rich, coming from a man who flinched when he saw my face. Mullen opens his mouth, then shuts it. Hans leans forward, eyes glinting. Oh, here we go. You suits never know what box to tick, do you? He, she, they, call me what you like. I'll still be the one holding the knife. Hale doesn't blink. She simply nods, respectful. Identity is fluid, Mr. Taubman. Talent isn't. You're wasted here, and we're an equal opportunity employer. And you're offering a way out, is that it? One way. You'd have to answer to people. Take orders. Oh, I do love a bit of discipline. A way up. You'd be working for people who appreciate your skills and can give you more power, purpose, and a very comfortable expense account. Hans tilts their head, eyes dancing between them. Tempting, I'll give you that. But people like me don't last long in the corpos. That depends how high you climb, doesn't it? Or you could stay here and wait for the police to catch up with you. I'm reliably informed that they'll be looking for someone that matches your description. Someone that dispatched one of our employees recently. Make the smart choice, Hans. A beat of silence. The jukebox changes track. Something low and bluesy. Wait a minute. Low and bluesy? Like this, for instance? Hans finishes their drink, sets a glass down with precision. All right, Ms. Hale. Color me intrigued. Bring another drink when you come back. You seem to know how to find me. Oh, and people call me Fox. Hans downs their drink and primly rests the glass on the edge of the table. They stand, smooth and unhurried, giving Mullen a wicked grin before crossing the bar and vanishing into the rain outside. A pause. Mullen exhales, jaw tight. Hale slips the glass into a Ziploc bag. No glassware at home? I've got a hunch about something. I want the lab chaps to look at that. Quite the firework, isn't he? An absolute freak. You're mad if you think we can keep that one on a leash. Who said anything about a leash? I just want to see what happens when we let the fox into the henhouse. Alright, you have my interest and my attention. I almost said international. Tylon Internal Memorandum, strictly confidential. From... Lizard Gang, here we go. Dr. Hajime Busuzima, Head of Biological Research Division. 2. Director S. Hale, Human Resources. Security Liaison G. Mullen. Carbon copy, limited distribution, level 5+ authorization required. Date... Subject, Genetic Analysis Report. Subject, H. Taubman. Fox. Excuse me while I have a drink. Okay. Introduction. At your request, a biological sample was retrieved from a drinking glass used by the subject during the Camden observation. Sample reference BZ-23-147A. DNA extraction and sequencing were conducted under safe conditions. Containment class 2+, mostly clean this time. Results are, how shall I say, quite delightful. Genetic results. Sample quality. DNA yield 67.2 nanograms per microliter, beautifully strong, like it was asking to be read. Coverage 98.7%, contamination under 0.5%. Probably the bartender. Simplified results for scientific ignorami. Hajime. Presence of Zyme locus 22A and KTP SN52 polymorphisms, both strongly associated with latent zoanthrope. He's got beastie bits in his blood. Sequence patterns match archive data from early Project BR subjects, especially those who retained higher cognitive control post-unlocking. Looks a lot like the old man when he came in the door. One curious feature. An expanded repeat in the KIR 4.2 gene cluster that Goldberg identified. Our boy's done. It reminds me of our early E-Series test batch, the ones that didn't liquefy. Getting in all the references very cleanly through this report. Phenotypic alignment. Comparative phenotyping places the latent genome most closely to the Vulpes rupelli. I had to look that one up. Even the genome is playing along with his little performance. Nature has a sense of humor. Or perhaps it just likes irony as much as I do. Behavioral and psychological impressions. Personality indicators observed from your field reports suggest Stage 1 zoanthropic latency syndrome. Compulsive self-preservation, selective cruelty, and the occasional flash of charming civility. Classic signs of an unawakened carrier straining against its genetic leash. Subject demonstrates high cortical resilience and an excellent risk appetite. Both ideal qualities for genetic unlocking. Or, to put simply, you will either survive beautifully or die interestingly. Recommendations. I advise immediate scheduling for preliminary induction trials under Phase 5 neural integration parameters. Suggest internal designation subject HT01 Vulpes. Fox is too on the nose, even for me. Please note, if the subject rejects the transformation, it will still be a most useful data point. Perhaps even more so. Signed, Dr. Hajime Busuzima, head of Biological Research Division, Tylon Corporation. P.S. Next time you're picking up random glasses from bars, have the collection team bring me a margarita. FAO, Bureau Chief Matthew Connors, Tylon Human Resources Division, Internal Personnel Dossier. Subject, Tobman, Hans. Fox. Compiled by S. Hale, Director of Human Resources, Special Projects. Distribution, Executive Clearance Only, Tier 5+. Date. File reference HR-SPC/23-146B. Recruitment and Induction Summary. Subject Hans Tobman was successfully onboarded to Tylon Corporation UK Division under the pretext of a, quote, private security consultancy, unquote. Employment contract, non-disclosure agreement, and consent to genetic modification were all signed after a 4-week probationary period, during which time the subject demonstrated a surprising degree of compliance, bordering on enthusiasm, provided that financial and material incentives were explicit. Subject was then briefed on the existence of zoanthropes and the corporation's ongoing genomic research. His reaction was notably muted, showing mild amusement rather than disbelief. When asked for comment, he replied, "Werebeasts, yeah? I've worked with worse animals." Tobin expressed little concern regarding the risks of zoanthropic unlocking procedure. His words during preoperative briefing, "You make the monster, I'll make the things bleed." Unlocking procedure. The unlocking was carried out under Dr. Busuzima's supervision in the Biocore facility, Sublevel 3. No complications were recorded during induction. Stable heart rate, high tolerance to neural load, minor muscular spasms during the synaptic synchronization. Transformation initiation occurred approximately 8 hours post-induction. Subject's body underwent full structural shift into Vulpes rupelli form, bipedal, digitigrade, yellow-gold pelage. Deviation from wild type suggests stochastic gene linkage with human carotene pigmentation, and pronounced craniofacial elongation. Upon exposure to his reflection in a containment screen, the subject exhibited extreme psychological distress. Subject reported to have screamed incoherently, likely a result of unfamiliarity with transformed vocal function. He then attacked his surroundings, shattering equipment, tearing down mirrors, monitors, and reflective panels. 2 technicians sustained injuries, lacerations, 1 critical. It took 17 minutes for the subject to self-regulate and revert to human state. Once coherent, he appeared disoriented, but quickly shifted to dissociation. Statement recorded post-event. "Ugly bastard, isn't it? Disgusting. At least it's got claws." He flexed his hands at this point, remarking that they felt better than knives. Easier. Faster. Post-incident evaluation suggests his repulsion was aesthetic rather than existential. He displays no moral conflict regarding his altered state, only vanity. Psychological assessment. Subject continues to exhibit high-functioning psychopathy with narcissistic tendencies and intermittent self-disgust. Current hypothesis is that his reactions stemmed from a perceived loss of human beauty or control rather than fear of transformation itself. May be linked to underlying abandonment issues. Further exploration required. Dr. Busuzima has recommended, quote, gradual exposure therapy through sanctioned violence, unquote, which I've approved with conditions. Mullen to construct a training syllabus in collaboration with Tokyo. Integration with Tokyo team. After sufficient stabilization, the subject was introduced in the gymnasium to the Tokyo Operations Unit, consisting of operatives codename Mogu, and codename Tora. The meeting was recorded under standard recruitment review. Initial observations. Subject displayed visible disdain toward Mogu, referring to him as the rodent. What's the point of you, Granddad? Dig me a hole to bury the bodies in? Mogu elected to sweep Mr. Taubman off his feet onto a crash mat and offered constructive advice on combat discipline. Reaction to Tora was markedly different, antagonistic, but with undertones of fascination. You're the You're the pretty one in this outfit, aren't you? Well, at least until I showed up. What do you turn into? Something stripy, yeah? Where's your scratching post? Tora did not respond verbally, but is noted to have glared in silence for the remainder of the introduction. Despite the friction, subject completed orientation and has been cleared for joint deployment. Alright, it's like the last little bit. First, mission assignment. Mission brief, asset retrieval. Target, UF, age 11, classified as zoanthropic emergent from local health checkup. Operational theater, Japan. Estimated duration, 48 hours. When briefed on the ethical sensitivity of acquiring a minor, the subject appeared unbothered, comparing the task to, quote, collecting a test tube that screams. You tell me where to find it, I'll bop it on the noggin and bring it in breathing. That's all you need, right? After that, give me something fun. Team departed the vehicle pool under escort at 1845 local time. Closing notes. Subject Taubman remains a paradox, disciplined yet unhinged, compliant yet mocking, simultaneously fascinated by and repulsed with what he's become. His volatility may prove useful in selective applications, provided we maintain a firm hand and continue withholding certain personal information. Ideally, he will lend a more diverse and flexible approach in concert with stricter teammates. It should be noted that intelligence files confirm the continued existence of subject's mother, Elfriede Taubman, currently residing under alias in Northern Europe as part of an unrelated witness protection program. Given the volatility of Hans's emotional state and the value of maintaining operational leverage, I have elected not to disclose this information to him at this time. As of this writing, Fox is officially integrated into Tylon Tokyo Division Special Operations. Monitoring is ongoing. Filed by Susan Hale, Director of Human Resources Special Projects Division, Tokyo London Manufacturing Corporation, Tylon Corp. And look at this specimen of a spot art. I'm noting that Hans seems to still have their eye on Long here. And Long, of course, I mean, he is so checked out. I really like that Tylon logo. Honestly, if this were... like, if you took that and, like, made a sticker out of that, I would absolutely slap that on my base. Also like the touch here of, like, Bakuryu has the all-white eyes, and then up here the eyes completely blank for the beast form, too. Oh, where is my guide? That smart art is by whoever 556ers is, and Elu. Alright, we're going straight into another story. Now, before I get into this, let's check out the art first. That is by Sujin and Umbra. And This is such a little thing, but I like when you see characters in, like, sort of their costume, but changes are made to it, or just something else entirely. Like, Uriko over here. You can tell, like, it's been a while. She's been in training. She's bandaged up here and here. Clothes are kind of distressed. Eating censored food. See, that food is the visual equivalent of... And Long... He's just pondering existence. He's been pondering existence for the last 6 or 7 years. Alright, let me... Okay. Long and Uriko's story. Blood on My Claws by Chaos. And up here, beginning of Uriko's story mode. Crashing for the night. Take care, Tiger. I hope you feel better when you wake up. Love you. Uriko finds a tiger man in a cave. There's a massive tiger man above me. My eyes are closed, body frozen. I blink my eyes open to find myself on my back, curled into a ball. He steps back, taking me in. I peek down and realize that I've turned. Again. I'm no longer in a teenage girl's body. It's now golden and furry, with brown stripes not unlike the black stripes on his body. My hands, my paws, are clawed. For a moment, I'm lost. Images I can't control. Hands covered in blood. Rage. Fury. 5 long years and it still lingers. I whisper to myself, gasping. There's blood on my claws. No, he says. There's not. A flash of light and the Tiger Man is now just a man. He's kind of handsome in a proud, stoic way. Lips pouting, eyes assessing, face stony. Glasses have appeared back on his face. His clothes are back to normal. The power of our Zoan Ki, given to us from Mother Gaia, allows us to manipulate the world around us, including turning into and out of these impossible beast forms that live in our DNA. Or at least, that's what my mother used to say. Says, I remind myself, she's still alive. I thought I smelled 2 zoanthropes nearby, the man says flatly. Long? I ask. I make it a question, but I remember him. 5 years. He looks virtually the same, and virtually the same as the other him. The man who took my mother. He lingers, as if to offer me a hand, but decides not to. Instead, he crosses his arms behind his back and steps away. You should know one thing about me. I detest dishonesty, so I'm going to ask you only once. What are you doing here? And where did Ms. Bertori go? She had better things to do, apparently. You keep poor company, he says, turning away. I would not like such company in my home. Call this hermit cave a home? He scowls. This cozy bachelor's pad, I correct myself. I offer my hand to shake. My name's Uriko. I need your help. He waves me away. I don't know how or why you found me, but I prefer solitude. Please go away. Stop ignoring me, damn you! I point a shaking finger at him. I need answers. Did you attack my mother? He stops. When he turns around, his face is severe. Excuse me? You heard me, I say. A man who looks exactly like you stopped my mother, the strongest woman in the world, with a single punch. He looks just like you. He even moves like you. Words rush out of my mouth. Jenny confirmed it. His name is Shenlong. He abducted my mother. He and big burly men in green. Men in black with guns. I'm panting anxiously, racing to get to the end. Mom's only one of 2 people I love in this entire world, and now she's gone because of some idiot that looks exactly like you. I expect him to lash out. I expect him to scream at me, to leave and never come back. But he takes a few unsteady steps back and lets his back meet the wall of the cave entrance. No, he says, his hand on his face. Not Tylon. Not again. Long prefers silence. You say that this man resembles me, I say. You finally broke your silence, she says. We're at the mouth of my cave, my home. I close my eyes, meditating. The sun was up. Now the sun sets and streaks the sky with crimson. Like blood. Answer the question, I say. And remember, you hate dishonesty, I got it. I squint at her. She ignores it. He looks just like you, but angry. Angrier. And in a purple Tong Zhuang, not unlike yours. Jenny, Ms. Bertori, she called him Shenlong. I consider this. It's hard to believe. Brother? Doppelganger? My father was involved in some odd experiments, and what I saw Tylon doing to their subjects, to that maniac Ryuzo Kato. What they did to me, she says. I stop. I take a long look at her, really taking her in. I remember you, she says. I remember you as a hero, helping my mom and my big sis, Alice. You're not... She nods her head. Yes. 5 years ago, a little girl turned into a woman who could turn into the Chimera. She holds herself tighter, turning away to look at the sunset. Not anymore. Not anymore. What are you? She shakes her head. I don't even know anymore. What did Jenny call me? A half-beast? What does that even mean? She shrugs. They messed me up. Messed me up really bad. I remember when we liberated Tylon, I say. Gato. That insufferable hot-headed wolf. Some others. Alice was the rabbit? Your mother was the boar. She drops her arms and raises her chin. Mitsuko Nonomura, she says defiantly. She has a name, and she's the strongest woman in the world. Perhaps strongest Zoan, I state matter-of-factly. I remember her. She was loud and excitable, but she was mighty and honorable. She relaxes, notably surprised. You freed me, and everyone else, from Tylon. Long, the unstoppable tiger, she says. And yet, looking at you, I can't help but also see that other man, the one who kidnapped my mom. She closes her eyes, her fist shaking. One punch. It took him just one punch to floor her. 5 long years. How has Tylon returned? Maybe they're not Tylon. Explain. Jenny says they call themselves the Zoanthrope Liberation Front, the ZLF. But she said they may be the same terrible people in a different terrible place. She shivers. I shake my head. And what do you want from a recluse like me? I'm retired. I don't have time to indulge children. I'm not a child, she shouts. I'm 14 and should be home, not in the mountains with dangerous beasts. Please, she says. She bows to me, her shoulder-length hair draping the ground. Teach me how to fight. I want to become stronger so that I can rescue my mother. I wave my hands as if washing the idea away. You want a hermit like me to be your teacher. I back away. I haven't let anyone in for 5 years. Who am I to take in strays? I'm sorry, but cut your losses. Her voice wavers, but she doesn't break. How can you be so cold? Didn't you have a family once? Someone who needed you? Would you leave them behind? My body goes rigid. I see the barest glimpses of their faces, lost in my memories. My mother, my sister, I can almost hear their voices. But it's been too long. I was a child, and I couldn't do anything to save them. Anything to save me. And it's too long before I realize that I'm starting 1,000 miles away, staring 1,000 miles away. My hands, my fingers, shivering. No one should feel that pain. Please, she says. Somewhere out in the world, my mother is being taken to some awful place, just like I was. I can't leave her behind. Her fists are balled, her arms are shaking, but her voice is firm. There's conviction. She has her mother's will. We lost my dad. My sister is who knows where. I can't lose my mother. She's all I've got. I'll fight as hard as I need to get her back. I break. I don't want to. I want to ignore this girl and go back to meditating, to my silence and books, but I keep almost hearing their voices. 1 month, I say. 1 month. Will you come with me to save her? I pause and consider. When I've made up my mind, I speak softly. There is a man running around with my face, causing terrible damage. I cannot let that karma sit on my soul. If anyone must deal with him, it should be me. I put a fist to my chest to punctuate the point. But we will train my way. If you can't keep up, you're on your own. He pauses as if to end, but then sticks his finger in the air. And one more thing. I prefer silence, she says. I get it. I'll stay out of your way, watch silently, and practice. I thought I heard a small voice, I say, squinting my eyes at her. It must be my imagination. She quiets. And then, when she thinks I'm not looking, she sticks her tongue out at me. What have I gotten into? I do like the approach of, it's very easy to just go like third-person omnipotent and just instantly know what everyone is thinking in the moment, but that can also like make things a little cluttered when you're like constantly going back and forth and revealing internal thoughts. So I like the decision to kind of break it up here. Like you get all of Uriko's thoughts first, then you get all of Long's thoughts first, and the time when like either of them would have the most to think about. Uriko thinks Goose Circle is a dumb name anyway. That seems like the kind of random thing. God. Back in the day, I would probably take that phrase and like just print it on a shirt, walk around, see if anyone reacts to it. Faster, Long commands. He doesn't shout. He doesn't need to. His voice is chillingly fierce, like he's holding back an ocean and just itching to let it all out with each syllable. You're better than this. Left kick to Sun and Moon strikes to right kick. All right already! Don't be so insolent, he says. He steps into my way and lunges forward, fist out. I dodge at the last minute, but I can feel the air move from where his fists slide past. Style of the Universal Goose Circle is a dumb name anyway, I say petulantly. Who names a fighting style after a goose? Ow! He connects with one strike, knocking me back. It hurts. It hurts something awful. I've trained with my mom, but she's never hit me with that much force. Damn it! He sighs. I keep telling you, your Chinese is wrong, he says. Let's try Japanese. The versatile circle combo is my own personal style, based off of Xingyi Quan. Form, intention, fist. This is a looping combination of movements, meant to give you nearly endless attack options. It is a martial art intended to be relentless. When am I supposed to take a breath? I say as I leap out of the way of another strike. You will not rest, he says, leaping forward. A flash of light, and he's in tiger form. Keeping your foes on their toes will force them to make a mistake. I'm missing school to be lectured by a tiger man in the mountains on his goose style. What is my life? I am a tiger, he says. You and I, our forms are predatory. And yet, I know not to take it for granted that there will always be a bigger predator waiting to usurp me. He pauses, hands behind his back, like some old guru in a kung fu flick. You must mold your mind just as you mold your body. Fear and anger lead to mistakes. Mistakes lead to defeat for you, he says, tripping me. And victory for me. I fall on my butt. I'm so angry I shout something loud and inappropriate, like Mom. I've heard this before, I say, waving him away as I stand. Fear is the mind killer. Anger leads to hate. All that wise sage crap. Stuff it. I thought you liked silence. He grimaces. A flash of light. His eyes stare me down from behind his glasses. Mistakes lead to victory. Victory leads to one more day alive. You must always be on guard. He offers me a hand, a flash of light again, and I'm back to human form. I'm always on guard, I say, hugging my arms to myself. Ever since Tylon. His face softens for a moment. And then, like an artist ruining his masterpiece, he shakes his head. His eyes turn cold. My father used to say, emotions are like wild beasts. We must tame them, or else they'll run rampant. Tame our trauma? Repress it, he corrects. I shiver at his words. Do I want to end up cold and detached like him? Isn't that what Tylon wanted? What the ZLF want from us? To be emotionless killing machines? He grimaces. Sometimes we must fight fire with fire. Doesn't that just leave everyone burned? I look him in his unblinking eyes, trying to find something there. I can see his chest moving slower as he measures his breathing. He's pushing it all down. Training is done, he says, turning on his heels. Perhaps you can teach me more wisdom when you've completed my most basic moves. Whatever, I pout. Universal Goose Circle is a dumb name anyway. Alright, let me have a drink before I get into this next section. Also, I've been streaming this for like an hour, 20 minutes and change. We're on page 48 out of 159. I know it's slightly weighed differently because of reading stuff versus looking at stuff, but still. Long detests honesty. Oh, sorry, hold on. I'm sorry, she says. I sigh, audibly. You know, she says, even for someone with my form, that feels catty. I prefer silence, I say, fingers rubbing my eyes. I'm trying to read. We've been sitting here for hours in silence. Yes, I told you I prefer silence, she says in time with me. What do you wish to say? She goes quiet, playing with her fingers. I tell you to talk and you stop talking. I don't understand you. I raise my book again. I didn't mean to stir your feelings. I say. What? When I first came here, and I accused you of harming my mother and calling his name that, she says. I say nothing. She bites her lip and puts her hands under her thighs so that she's sitting on her fingers. Just saying, sorry for stirring you up. I lean forward. Believe me when I say, I am in complete control of my emotions. Emotions are wild beasts. I tame wild beasts. I stare at her. She stares back. She breaks first. Okay, jeez, she says, throwing up her hands. Someone's wound tight. You're missing the point. No one would enjoy being told that they look like a horrible villain like that. A horrible villain like that, I say. Right. Resembling so nefarious a man, I myself could never hope to be virtuous. That is why I will do what I must to stop him. What a cool thing to say, she says sarcastically. You give me goosebumps. I despise jokes, young lady. Along with talking, companionship, and fun, are we done? She nods. She takes her hands out and rings them together. I begin to read again and then... Long? Ugh. Do you think I have what it takes? Have what it takes to defeat the Liberation Front? She nods. I get up, close my book, and walk further into my cave. You know my stance on dishonesty. You would not like my current answer. It's the line! Uriko has blood on her claws. I'm trying to stay on the move, but I just can't shake him. I'm following the universal transcontinental euphoric goose, but Long is just too fast. Tame your emotions, he says. You are fierce. You're holding yourself back. Why? I stare at him, past him, down at my hands. 5 years ago, locked in a bunker, a foot of solid metal. Even that can't stop Uriko, the Chimera. Blood everywhere. I can smell it, taste it. Even after I've turned back into an innocent little girl, I can't wash the dried, crusted blood from between my nails and skin. There's blood on my claws. I whisper. Pay attention, Long says, lunging at me. I dodge. He snarls. This fight is trivial. You think you're strong enough to take on the ZLF? I growl back at him. Don't you dare, I say. Don't you dare talk like him. He pauses. Like him. I spit my words like venom, like Shenlong. He squints, lips pursed. Suddenly, he erupts in a roar and leaps forward. I'm keeping an eye on his motions. Sun and moon strikes to right kick to... You need to get stronger, he commands. Wait. He shouts. His voice is anxious, urgent. You need to be better. I hear something in his voice, even over the roar of his tiger form. Pain. Then I see it. A tear in his eye. His fierce, angry golden eyes are lying. They're not even staring at me. His gaze is also 1,000,000 miles away. His feet are still moving, but he's not fully there. How are you going to save them? Long, what's going on? He strikes, but I deflect. He keeps going, stuck in a loop. Just like his versatile circle combo, an endless loop of attacks, but now self-inflicted. Trauma. I've been with him for weeks, and yet this rage and trauma, there's something in his eyes that matches those of the other Long. Is this the real man, or the tiger he's been trying to hide? Them, he says. How will you save them if you cannot save yourself? Shut up! I shout back at him. I try to strike, right kick to single grip, but he knocks me away. I hit the wall. How are you going to stop them from harming your family, he says. How are you going to... He trails off, mid-sentence, mid-strike. His arms are frozen, hanging. How are you going to stop me? His arms drop. What? He stares at me blankly. I brought pain to your family, he says. His eyes looking everywhere but at me. Who like me let Tylon do what they did? No, I say. You were forced to. You had to... No, he says, shaking his head. I wanted to hurt people. I was one of their contract killers. It's because of me that they had the power to do what they did to you. My heart is beating voraciously. I rise up, claws out. How could you? He looks at me, finally looks at me, sees my pain. I'm sorry. I'm on him. I'm swinging and moving and striking with all of my power. All this wise sage bullshit, I scream. All I feel is fury. He looks at me in surprise. You've lied to me! Uriko, wait, no more lies! I feel the power that I felt then as the chimera. My body crackles with electric power. I detest dishonesty. He gets up, but I'm on him again. Isn't this what you want? I shout. All aggression, all anger, all rage and power and moving and never having to stop and think about what you did or why you're here because you can just read a stupid book when you're in your stupid hermit cave. He puts his hand up to block. Long, the master of the attack, but I take all of that rage, all of that power of the chimera, and I strike with my claws. Inches of metal slicing, power in my fingertips unleashed. Emotions are a wild beast. I'm a wild beast. I feel the blood across my face, see it across the cave walls like primitive art, before I realize I've ripped his chest apart. He's human again. His glasses are on the floor, cracked. I can taste his blood on my lips, feel its warmth on my cheeks, feel its warmth on my fingers. There's blood on my claws. I'm dirty, tainted. I try to turn back to human form, but I can't. I try to scratch at myself to get the taint off, but all I do is draw more blood from my own skin. I panic until I see him. Long on the floor. Crying. Weeping. I've never seen him like this. Or myself like this again. 5 long years, and I'm right back to the monster that Tylon wanted me to be. I run out of the cave. I hear a voice call, "Wait!" But I don't stop to listen. I leapt out into the night, and I don't stop moving. At this rate, I'm gonna have to get another water. Okay. Long detests silence? It's my turn to apologize. Stay away, she says. She's still in beast form after a few nights of wandering the mountainside alone. She must be hungry, tired, confused. Please, I say. She swings her arm around, gesturing. I'm done with this. I'm done with you and your long-nosed best and your stupid cold, damp cave. Uriko reminds me of her. My sister. For a moment, I almost smile, but when I speak, I choose to whisper. I can be annoying, I suppose. She can't hide her shock. My words brighten her up, just a little. I move closer. She bares her teeth. I put my hands up. I have something I'd like to say, if you'd let me. I prefer silence, she says. I do, but it gives you peace of mind. Yes, but right now I'd love to... Well, she says, turning away, maybe I need some peace of mind. Silence feels like a good idea right now. I nod. This is what that feels like. I sit down. It's my turn to respect her wishes. We sit in silence under the light of the full moon for what must be an hour. Until I realize I'm bursting with so much to say that I can't hold it back anymore. I'm a fool, I say. And silence is awful. Uriko and wild beasts. I turn to him. He's looking up at the moon with big, mournful eyes. He catches me looking, till we stare at each other for what feels like forever. He turns away, hugging his knees to his chest. And then I hear it. A single sob. He's holding it in. Why does he keep it inside? I turn my body and scoot backwards until we're back to back. I lean on him. To my surprise, he leans on me too, so that we're holding each other up. When I speak, it's careful and deliberate, just like him. Do you think I'll be strong enough to save my mother? He waits a moment. When he talks, it's a tired whisper, as if speaking is almost too much right now. You always have been, he says. I don't believe you. You know me now, he says. I detest dishonesty, I finish. I laugh. A sad laugh coupled with long suppressed tears welled up and waiting to burst. I know I'm not supposed to be emotional, but I want to save my mom. I need to save my mom. She's my everything, but I'm so terrified of becoming that again. The chimera, feeling the blood on my claws, and worst of all, enjoying it. He takes this in. He waits, considers before responding, voice still unsteady. I understand, he says. And I've realized that I've been talking down to you like a child. You're not a 14-year-old with 14-year-old problems. You're a 14-year-old carrying a large burden on your back. A burden... He pauses, flexing his hands very carefully, like a surgeon trying to steady his hands. A burden that you don't want to put onto your mother and sister. I let the tears out. They burst. I'm just unleashing a torrent and I can't stop them. I weep. I let it all out. I feel mucus running down my nose. Ugh, so disgusting. But he comes to my side and stares into my eyes. He gestures, his arms out, asking permission to give me a hug. It feels so foreign coming from him that I have to wonder if this is yet another new doppelganger, made from the fluffy parts that he has buried so many years ago. Nice long, warm long. And even though I've been so incredibly angry at him, I nod. Just right now, I just feel nice to be hugged. And what if we actually did have all the long variants? You have nice long, warm long, Shen long, Alolan long, Galarian long, Dynamax long. He cautiously puts his arms around me, stiff at first. Then he squeezes, gently. I lean into it and let my body loosen, crying and sobbing into the night. Sometime later, after falling asleep, I wake up. I'm in human form, and he is still holding me. I sit up and pull away, wrapping my arms around myself. You know, I say weakly, someone who hates emotions really let me cry it all out. He frowns and nods. He shifts so that he is on his knees in a prayer position. He bows to me and then sits back up. I'm sorry, he says, for everything. He is no longer doing that annoying stuffy pout. His lips are trembling, but I can see him doing everything in his power to keep them still. His eyes trace the ground as if his gaze is looking for a place to be safe. I sit down in front of him, mirroring his position. I want to ask him something, but I don't know how he will react. I wait a long moment before I lean forward, my forehead on his forehead, staring down at the ground with him. Lets me into his personal space and takes a deep breath. He speaks. Tyrants always try to cage people like us. Zoanthropes? No, Long says. People with emotions so strong they can't be contained. People who care so much about the world that we must change it or lock our hearts away. But we are not meant to be caged. We are our emotions. We need to let them be free. You remind me of my sister, he says. He takes my hands in his. She was strong, like you. And she was strong because of her emotions, not in spite of them. He shakes his head, rubbing his forehead against mine, our hair intermingling. I was wrong to cage your emotions. Your emotions give you strength. Your emotions give me strength. It takes a moment, but I see him smile, actually smile, with tears running down his face. Tears of joy. We're the wild beasts, he whispered. Shouldn't be caged. Okay, I will continue this in a moment. I just need to go and get some more water. I will be right back. Okay. Whew. Alright. Only 102 more pages to go. Well, technically 104. Long believes in Uriko's Shin Yi Kung Fu... Uriko's Shin Yi Kung Fu Fury. God, why is this a tongue twister for me? Long believes in Uriko's Shin Yi Kung Fu Fury. I wanted to say Kung Fury, but that's something entirely different. I shake my head gently. It's so obvious to me now. My father always told me that our emotions are wild beasts that must be tamed. I'm realizing that I've caged mine for so long that they have become sick, angry, and unwell. And I'm burying the very memories that drive me to be a better version of myself, so that I don't become like him. Your father? Shenlong, I say gravelly. I sometimes wonder, whoever and whatever he is he a version of me who is all of my grief and rage and pain, but without my mother and my sister's memories to find direction for those dark feelings? I move and stare into her eyes. You said a few times that you see blood on your claws. I must ask, what dark feelings are you caging inside of you? I shake my head. You can't just ask that. You give me the cold shoulder for a couple of weeks and now you're suddenly my therapist? No, I can't just talk about being... I remember being in that body, the adult body, Tylon jumpsuit manipulating my chi, unleashing my power and becoming something large and grotesque. A monster, I whisper. You're right, I say. I don't deserve to ask you. She quirks a brow, skeptical. Seriously, where is the Long I know and what did you do to him? Uriko, I know what it means to be a monster. My father's experiments sought to unlock the secret knowledge of the beast spirit. His neglect left us destitute and sickly. My mother died, my sister resisted, but soon followed. I felt so powerless to stop it that I never wanted to feel powerless again. I needed control. I stand up and begin doing my forms, my versatile circle combo. Slow, careful step by slow, careful step. So I spent my formative years not doing childish things. I did what you do now. Sought a master to teach me discipline. Left kick to sun and moon strikes to right kick. My legs flow, my fists destroy imaginary foes. I stowed away as much of my emotions as possible. I became so good at fighting that I was prized for my talents, hired to bring harm, and I didn't care what I was being asked to do. Cared that I was seen, valued, that I could put all my pride and identity into my strength. Even when it led me to becoming a contract killer, I thought. Talon made me realize that I was just a tool. Single grip to axe kick. My body keeps moving, all force, no pause. A traumatized tool helping awful men traumatize other people. So I decided to shut them down. But it was only after so many, like you, were hurt by their cruelty. Break to rotation kick. I pause, letting my power flow into my feet. But in you, I see strength. I was selfish. You trekked across cities, across mountains, to find me. You've taken my distance, my anger, all to save the people in the world who mean anything to you. Everything to me, she corrects. I nod. I can only give you what I know well. I stomp my foot, resetting. Strength to uncage our beasts. I approach her. I offer my 2 hands. She looks at me cautiously and then lets me stand her up. Join me? Join you? I find it therapeutic to think aloud as I move. You? Mr. I prefer silence? She smirks, though it's a cover for her unease. I stand her next to me so that we're parallel. Let it all out, I say. Whatever you have to say, combine your moves with your emotions. She shifts her feet unsteadily before getting into the starting position. Arms up, legs squared. Left kick to sun and moon, I say, to right kick. We start. Left kick to sun and moon to right kick, then single grip, then to axe leg, and finally, break. She starts. She expects me to speak, but I keep quiet. It's her time. She notices and keeps going. I'm just never strong enough, she says, breathless, her words coming out in a stream of consciousness. I couldn't save any of the others. We start over. Left kick, sun and moon. Couldn't save myself. Now I can't save my mother. Break. She does a powerful stomp before resetting once again. Strongest woman I know. She loses her balance and gets nervous, peeking at me from the corner of her eye. You're doing it incorrectly, I say. That's not the proper form at all. I see her stiffen, and yet, there's something to learn here, for me and her. That's okay. Do it with me, I say. But do it your way. She looks up at me, eyes earnest. We start over, but instead of my precise multi-hit strikes, she hops and pounds her fist down through the air like an angry baker pounding on dough. She's the strongest woman I know, she repeats. If she couldn't stop them, what am I supposed to do? Instead of a precise kick to the shin, she kicks upwards with an imaginary strike to the head. The only time that I've ever had strength, I became a monster. I hurt people. I had no control. She looks away, haunted. Riko, you are strong, I say firmly. We start again. With her long sleeves, her strikes are confusingly fast and stealthy. And not because of what those scientists did to you. She lets out a mighty shout, something guttural, something reminiscent of her mother. She does a lower kick than I'd ever dare do, springs upward into a strike, then shouts again before unleashing a flurry of strikes. You survived the experiments of some of the most evil people I've ever worked for. They corrupted all of us, be it mind, body, spirit, or beast. They dissected us and put us back together in the worst way. But we survived. We are stronger for it. At least you are trying to find a better way. I've just run away. I gesture with my hand to pause. Her chest is heaving. Imagine half because of her rigorous fighting, half because of her grief. I face her. She looks at me warily. It's time to direct this pain into a style, to put this into practice, to spar. I bow to her. She cautiously bows back. We can't undo the trauma they've put on us, but we can make sure no one else goes through what we went through. We square off, testing distance. I begin. Left kick. You journeyed across the sea and over national boundaries, scaled mountains to find me. That's a strength only seen in legends. She leaps over my strike and kicks. I deflect, but she lands on her backside, purposely, and kicks low. I barely step over each kick. We will take your strength, this legendary strength, and we will mold it into your weapon. A weapon that fights to save others, not cage them. She faints. She nearly gets me. Your way, I say with a small smile. And mine, I say as I catch her fist. We have one more week. I think it's time for you to take everything I've taught you and fold it into everything that you know. Take what doesn't work for me but works for you and turn them into your tools. You may be on to creating a style that is uniquely yours. And then, in 1 week, we will test it. I'll make my own style? I nod. She puts her fists on her hips and grins. I'll call it Xinyi Kung Fu Fury. Your Chinese is terrible, I say, shaking my head. My Chinese is perfect, she says. I snort. Huh. I've never done that before. Xingyi Quan is your style, she says. Xinyi will be mine. Newfangled Kung Fu Fury, I say with a quirked eyebrow. That is a choice. Nothing will beat Universal Goose Circle. I try to scowl, but to my surprise, I laugh. I laugh so hard that I have to clutch my ribs, dropping to one knee, my bellows echoing into the countryside. We catch each other's eyes. Stop laughing immediately. I heard that, Rico says. I did it. I finally made Master Long happy. I refuse to let it happen again, I say with a smile. She pounces on me and hugs me tight. Time to uncage our beasts, Master Long. I'm ready, I say. And that's that. And that brings us to page 60. This is Alice in Shenlong by Kelly Lawrence. This is all a great drawing. And it's very on brand for Shenlong. But just this image in the lower right. I love everything about this. And I can actually hear it in my head. And then there's this absolute specimen over here. This is Busuzima by Mawu. I will note that when we get to the table of contents, it does list like full names of artists and like social links, site links, etc., etc. This is one that when I saw it in like the work in progress stuff in the Discord, it immediately caught my eye. Because like even for someone who's colorblind like me, like I can only imagine what this looks like to someone who isn't colorblind. Because even to me, this is incredibly striking use of colors. Damn. Alright. I have a feeling Casey would love this one in particular. That is great. That is Kenji by Dude. There's a lot going on in this piece. Like, this is the moment where it looks like the brainwashing is wearing off. And you can see, like, over here, and then the flashback to the events of Bloody Roar 1 here. Oh, and even down, I almost didn't notice that. Jeez, yeah, this is a lot to take in. And this one, this is very, very direct and to the point. It's called Retribution by Noise Tank FM. I mean, if you don't want that to happen, cut it short. You already shaved the whole rest of your head. Just make this one, like, at least a length that this can't happen to you. And that is an amazing look of malice on Shenlong's face. Oh, welcome to Jenny on the Block. So on the left we have Jenny by Dark Arts Anna. I'm guessing this one is, just because of like what she's wearing for the top here, I'm guessing this is more Primal Fury adjacent. I could... Okay, it does actually go outside of that a little bit. But I do like that. Flying in front of the moon with the bats in tow. And then over here, nice little spot art of Jenny. That is Draven who did that one. Oh. I just noticed the heel down there. At first I was like, if you've ever played Bravely Default, the like character models in that, they technically have feet, but they're like very stumpy. It's almost like they're not there. Thought that was kind of going on based on this, but then I looked here, saw the heel, and realized, okay, no, it's not that. Holy shit. Well, we're back with story time. But before I get into that, holy shit, this Koryu piece by Nega... Ugh. I had a hiccup in the middle of that. Nega Neon. That is incredible. Like just the detail on like the visual pattern for the eventual transformation, the damage here, very Terminator-esque, I would think. All the robotics and the circuitry and the wires, and that's not to mention like the electricity flowing through this entire piece. It's almost like a Fibonacci spiral. Going like that. You can kind of follow this around the whole piece. Alright, so we're at Koryu's story, Red Ghost in the Machine by I Am Gibbon. Or M. Gibbon. I see these usernames so much and then I never think, how do I say that out loud? The clash lasted forever and only a moment. Bone on steel, ceramic on flesh, and a sound like teeth scraping over piano wire, a roar of blood, such violent music. Between the staccato of our blows and the screeching of our claws, one could be forgiven for an electric guitar and drums coming to mind. I see what you did there. We separated, spacing ourselves apart, just out of immediate striking distance, as we took measure of one another. My arm was damaged, though I felt no pain. I felt nothing at all. Physically, anyway. As I beheld the figure in front of me, steam exhaled from my cold lips as if to mimic the rising of my blood. If I still possessed a heart, it would be racing with anticipation. Maybe it was, in a vat somewhere, while scum in lab coats took hurried notes. But not even such thoughts could quell the rush I felt, such a satisfying foe. The wolf loomed, as if out of legend. His attire was base, but his strength was anything but. Tattered denim, black leather vest, studded gloves, wild yellow eyes, ready to tear me apart. I shivered with anticipation. How glorious. The first rule of assassination is to know the target. As such, I made use of the wretched thing they'd wired into my mind, and asked it who this man was. A name came back. I paused, flashes of memory cascading in. I was, in this form, imperfect, and the recollections around my final days among the living sometimes fractured. He stood before me now, clothed in black and belts, but back then, he couldn't have been more than a teen. In cut-off jeans and a t-shirt, raining down righteous indignation with his fists at the injustices we were perpetrating. It made me once more aware of the cruel passage of time, of what I had become. My hesitation did not go unnoticed. "Getting cold feet?" he said, cocking a grisly grin. I imagined those canine jaws cracking through someone's bone. Lowering my stance half an inch, I coiled myself, tensing for battle. The servos and gears within me went taut, ready to snap back. My whole being screamed out for battle, as the cold voice behind my brain commanded my soul to destroy this obstacle, and bring what remained in for processing. And yet, I held. I could draw this out, if only briefly. I spoke, voice choked, cold, and mechanical. The veritable ghost in the machine. You are Yugo Ogami. His grin spread, feral, threatening to take off his entire head. "So you've heard of me," he roared, laughing. I paused again, contemplating the animal before me, looking at him anew, appraising him. Of course. You are the man who has taken in my son. I was once the head of the Kato School of Martial Arts, a veritable ninja clan, a relic of the days gone by, when foxes and tanuki were said to take human form and skulk in the shadows. So much nonsense. So much truth. Ninja, as the title was, of course, a bit of a misnomer. The history of the profession was said to date back to the 2nd century and was written of in the Kojiki and other texts of antiquity. It wasn't until the 1400s, though, that the word ninja was first circulated. A shortened reading of the proper title, shinobi, and the modern stereotypes about running around in black pajamas were due to kabuki theater and how the kuroko stagehands dressed so as not to draw the attention against the dark backdrop of the black curtain. However you wanted to call us, though, we were a clan that undertook espionage, assassination, and whatever wet works our clients wanted to pay for. Despite being largely done away with by the 1700s, some such schools still exist in the present day. One knows where to find them, and we were one such establishment. Secreted away, still training, still taking on work for those who would pay to be our masters. And as in the olden days, many of our number were shifters, yokai, zoanthropes, those who could take on the aspect of a beast, make use of its abilities to aid our purpose. I was the third in what seems to have become a dynastic line of clan leaders, Kato Ryuzo, the third dragon. After my father and his mother before him, we believed power proved the way forward, and belittling women was foolhardy when any could wield the strength and skill needed to get the job done as well as anyone else. Some had looked down on me for being a dragon of the earth, a common Japanese mole, but none could deny my might when I proved myself worthy to succeed the clan. Powerful arms, powerful claws, with the speed and compact frame to strike hard and fade away. As a certain rat once said, I was Bakuryu, and I was proud of it. I was told in my youth that we had once been the branch of a clan of a temple that housed actual dragons at its head, feared and respected by all who knew of them. I do not know the truth of such stories, but either way they had disappeared during the Meiji Restoration, another victim of the changing times and the need to bury skeletons lurking in the closet. It was because of this lineage that our heads of house must be dragons, and it was with that in mind that I had been considering what to do about an heir. As fate would have it, the first time I laid eyes on the one who would be my successor was when he was an infant, being carried into the dojo grounds by an apprentice who had found him outside the gate. There was a commotion, and I came out from my chambers to see what the fuss was about. The Kato school was known to take in strays and foundlings, providing them with roof and meal in exchange for hard work and dedication to the family. So it was not such an uncommon occurrence for a newborn to be left on our doorstep, if circumstances drove the birth family to have the need to do so. Most, however, were unaware that we also kept a lookout for children of a certain special persuasion. My kind were little understood in those days. Not that they're known much better now, but it was understandable that when the newborn let cry a wail and changed into a little burrower of the earth himself, all eyes turned to me. Of course, that wasn't how things worked. Zoanthropes' true nature had little to do with their parents'. My own father being a kirin, or hoofed dragon, in truth, an okapi, and my grandmother had claimed to be a shishi, or lion dragon, the kind that used to guard the emperor. In reality, just an Asiatic lion, but one must embellish a little to strike fear into the hearts of one's enemies. And even if that was how things worked, I haven't given rise to any situations that would result in a child, legitimate or otherwise. I had been quite fastidious. Still, I could not stem the assumptions people were already making. I could see it in their gazes. They were already making calculations about how this child would fit into the hierarchy of the clan. Resigned, I bade them hand me the babe. As I took him in my arms and observed, his wailing ceased. He looked up into my eyes, staring at me, unafraid, as I glowered at him with a visage that would normally make my students break out into a cold sweat. After a pregnant moment, I turned my back on the apprentices and returned indoors, carrying him inside. So be it. The next dragon had descended. Give me one moment. I'm going through all the water tonight. So you're his old man. I'm not saying it. I thought your style was familiar, but wow, I could have sworn you were done in. Melted or something, right? I chuckled. I was. My death was quite agonizing. And yet, Tylon has no respect for the dead. I awoke as you see me, a metal monster forged out of what was left of my corpse. It seems that damnable contract bound even my soul, and death itself was not enough to escape my masters. Ogami furrowed his brow as his feral grin lost some of its mirth, slightly lowering his ready fists. But Tylon was destroyed. Gato blew up the building himself and made sure all those bastards inside got sent to prison. Keeping my right knuckles pointed straight, I brought up my left hand to tap the side of my head. Is that so? Because even now, the control program is attempting to force me to stop stalling and deliver your broken corpse for processing and experimentation. This seemed to trouble Ogami, as well it should. Many a clan fell because their foes had successfully fooled them into thinking they had been done away with, while they regrouped and readied for the second assault. But if he didn't know enough to have thought of that, I wasn't about to do him any favors. My tutelage was harsh, but efficient. I grinned, or as much as one could with a mask for a face wrought of ceramic and steel. But perhaps, like me, it's just a phantom, unable to fully disobey its master's final orders. It was undoubtedly an archaic practice held over from the days of low life expectancy. But the dojo and associated village of the Kato clan were nothing if not archaic. And as such, the boy wasn't to receive a proper name until he came of age. Until then, he was just the boy, officially, though some had taken to calling him the Tatsuko, child of the dragon. And to others, he was known by less flattering nicknames, though these were never spoken in his presence or mine. By age 5, I had begun his training. It was around that time that I was approached by several men in dark suits accompanying the most untrustworthy man I had ever laid eyes on. You get 3 guesses who it is. They had come up to the village, and after an introduction from one of our usual contacts associated with those in power in the country, meaning they had friends in high places. Which was odd, because the man who seemed to be in charge certainly didn't look the part. This lanky excuse for a man wore an ill-fitting tobacco-stained lab coat over scrubs and sandals, and fished out a crumpled business card that he passed along which identified him as one Busuzima Hajime. Another more respectable fellow accompanied him. He was American, and introduced himself as one Dr. Stephen Goldberg. The 2 scientists for a corporation called Tylon was reportedly interested in researching zoanthropes in order to understand them and better tailor pharmaceuticals to their particular needs. It soon became clear that while Dr. Goldberg was outwardly the more put together of the pair, was far more passionate, bright-eyed than his associate, Busuzima-san often had to calm him down and get him back on topic. The 2 complemented each other well, and I could see why they were successful together. In the end, it was the talk of putting together a legacy to leave to the boy that won me over. Not just with the clan, but also something more public-facing, with government backing, connections, and assets as well. A sense of legitimacy and respectability. In retrospect, I should never have signed that damnable contract they handed over. So we've seen, like, in the other stories, exploration of, like, dynamics between a couple characters, where it's clear that they get through a lot together, but it's kind of glossed over in the story. And we've also seen creation of new characters and the dynamics between them. This one, we're getting examples of creating dynamics between existing characters in situations we kind of just assumed happened at some point. And I like what's going on between Busuzima and Goldberg. Stun. I'm just calling him Goldberg until he actually becomes Stun. When the boy turned 9, I started taking him on missions to shadow me. He took to things effortlessly, making use of the beast within to slip in or out unnoticed, where none should be able to tread. I only had him coming with me on lower-profile targets, people higher up the chain in drug rings, corrupt politicians' toadies, the like. Nobody too important, assignments that could still be completed satisfactorily if something went wrong, and he was willing and eager to mete out justice to such lowlifes. Over the course of the year, I brought him with me on half a dozen such outings, a higher than usual number for the head of the clan to partake in personally, but it was for his training. These doubled... Okay. My brain skipped lines in the middle of the sentence. These doubled in purpose as well, as I took the opportunity to start introducing him to other denizens of the dark, and making it known to other clans and families that he would be the next in charge for me. It was also during this time that I allowed Tylon to start enhancing me. I'll admit there was a certain amount of hubris involved in that. As a parent and mentor, I wanted to stay at my peak for as long as possible. I had come into fatherhood later in life than most, and I did not want age to start dulling my movements before the boy was ready to be out from under my wing. It was during the excursions that Tylon had sent me on to test out their zoanthropic drugs that I met an individual known only as Fox. It was hard to discern their gender, but I gather that was part of the point, for they were as ruthless as they were beautiful in their androgynous way. I might have even considered partaking in some indulgence of a more personal nature with them had they been less bloodthirsty. Guys, we need to get the Koryu Fox ship going. Christen it with a wine bottle, set it to sea, let it ride. As it was, they delighted far too much in the act of killing. I'm sure the drugs weren't helping. I decided they were less than ideal as a partner, in business or otherwise. I myself noticed feeling a bit more ruthless of late, but I had a strong enough will to hold back such impulses. On one such assignment, the assassination of a businessman attempting to bring down Tylon due to his racism against my kind, the boy was brought along for training, but Fox had also been assigned. Busuzima-san seemed to have picked up on my interest, and had apparently decided that we made a good pair. The meddlesome fool. I made a mental note to chide him about it the next time he and Mr. Goldberg came around to visit the village. We infiltrated the man's residence, a grand estate. After staking out the habits and paths that the security and help frequented, making note of cameras, corners, shadows, and light, anything to give us an edge. Choosing a window of time where none would be nearby, I slipped into the unfortunate soul's bedchambers to do the deed, leaving Fox and the boy to guard the halls in order to ensure we would not be disturbed. I gave the man a peaceful enough end. To anyone ducking in, he would appear to only be asleep. As I verified my work, I heard a disturbance outside the room. I swiftly exited and came across my heir shielding an unconscious and bleeding maid from Fox, who was flipping a still wet knife as they turned to me, a cold smile on their face that didn't reach their eyes. Your boy got in the way of me taking care of a witness. The boy in question rebutted, the anger in his voice evident despite his hushed tone. There wouldn't have been a witness if you hadn't turned her this way in the first place, you fool. I silenced them both, and we quickly extricated ourselves from the premises, leaving the maid where she'd fallen after applying some basic first aid and slipping her a pill to muddy her recent memories. After reporting completion and parting ways with Fox inside the Tylon compound, I finally turned to the boy, who had been sitting silent ever since we'd left the target's home. Tell me why you stopped him. His eyes stared back at me, as unafraid now as they had been when he was first left at our gates. With confidence, he declared, "It was a deviation from the mission. She was a bystander and had nothing to do with our objective. We must have standards, or else we're nothing but thugs and killers." I nodded, pleased. With these actions and this sense of what his purpose should be, he had demonstrated that he was clearly ready to start taking on his own assignments. Before I could give a response, I sensed someone coming, and turned to face down the hall as Mr. Goldberg rounded the corner. He had come to inform us that some violent zoanthrope intruders had broken into the research lab, and I was being requested to go handle things. Patting the boy's shoulder, I left him in Mr. Goldberg's care and went to fend off the insurgents, not knowing it would be the last time I would lay eyes upon my heir. As a member of the living, at least. I should have said more. How did he take my passing? I had left him with someone within Tylon who seemed trustworthy, with instructions on what to do in the event of the unfortunate. For the first time in our exchange, the man before me dropped the look of amusement from his face. I don't know who you left him with, but those Tylon bastards had fucked with his mind. He was so drugged up he couldn't even remember his own name. Just knew his orders, his targets. I was furious when I realized I was fighting a child. Listening to this, I was furious myself. I wish I had lived so that I might have torn them asunder with my own hands. How dare they? How dare they? Couldn't agree more. I gave a start. I hadn't realized that, in my anger, I had been speaking out loud. Foolishness. Their pain would come soon enough. One of us would make sure of it. My body audibly groaned as I strained to keep my programming at bay. I saw the wolf's ear twitch at the sound. It hadn't escaped his attention, but I wasn't yet finished with this chat. There were many things I still wanted to ask, but I appeared to be running out of time. Tell me, does he eat well? The young man grinned again, but this time jovially, while still not letting down his guard. Of course, just packs the food away. Honestly, I don't know where he puts it all. I nodded. Is he strong? The grin turned sharper and prouder. He trains with me every day. Of course he's strong. Best sparring partner a guy could ask for. Still sticks to your style, too. I nodded again, proud of myself. Anyone special in his life? Ogami was momentarily shocked at this question, though his bafflement soon turned back into another grin, softer this time. Yeah, he and Uriko, that girl your lot kidnapped for Tylon, are a bit sweet on each other. They're still young though, so I don't know if they've quite figured it out yet. At that, I let out a sharp, throaty laugh. Good. Good. A strong body, a strong mind, a strong partner. I could ask for nothing more for him. I am proud to hand off the name Bakuryu to him. And with it, I never had the chance to say this before my demise, but I am comfortable formally passing responsibilities to him as the new head of the Kato school. If the clan even still exists, and gods are especially cruel, that authority might actually mean something somewhere, someday. A look of amused annoyance crossed Yugo's face. He thumbed his nose at me and declared, "Hey now, old man, he's an Ogami now. And he's got his big brother here looking out for him if he gets into any trouble." I chuckled softly at that. Nonsense. He'll be a dragon till the day he dies. But it was time. I tightened my limbs. And now, I think I've delayed the inevitable long enough. Yugo's expression grew grim. Do we really have to do this? No matter who wins this fight, Kenji's going to be sad about it. I laughed again, deep this time, from my belly. I sounded like a broken doll with a malfunctioning voice box as I let the amusement seep out of me. Ogami waited patiently for me to finish, tenting himself back into a ready stance. All my killing you would mean is that you were not worthy of raising my boy. And as for you destroying me, well, I'm already dead. With that, I pulled the trigger, and we lunged toward one another. And again the bloody music roared. And that is it for that one. Thank you for that. I always kind of wonder, like, if we could have gotten more of, like, pre-fight, post-fight dialogue. Not the shit in 4. That was awful. Like, something more nuanced like this. Ooh, and here we have Uranus by Crimson over here on the left. Mother of God, can I get a poster of this? Is it weird that I kind of get, like, almost Shadow of the Colossus vibes looking at this? I mean, Uranus isn't going to climb on its head and start stabbing it right here or anything, but still. This monolithic version of the Chimera. And for the sharp contrast over here, we have, this is, oh, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Nene? Nen? One of those two, hopefully. Got the expression between these two. Like, I can hear the conversation going on in their heads, and it's just, yeah, I know, yep, mm-hmm. Hey, we got a Greg. Oh my god. Can we mod Greg into Donkey Kong Bonanza or whatever it's called? That game that just came out. By the way, this is by 5/6ers and Sujin. I want to see Greg playing like Donkey Konga or something. Human form, gorilla form, don't really care which. And over here, we got another absolute specimen for the lizard gang. See, this is by Zinc. And I love this. It's like they use dot work for parts of the background here. And it serves as like a great contrast to all the other like lines and touches they use for the clothes, for the body. Also, damn, Busuzima's jacked. I mean, we kind of assume, but like, you think if he's a researcher, maybe he'll like slack off a bit because he's sitting at a desk too much. Maybe he has one of those standing desks, I don't know. Alright. Whew, we got another story. I think we actually are at the halfway point of the zine. And let me... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 more written works after this. Some of them longer than others. Right now, though, we have Stun's story. That dang old dong. I Heard a Crawfish Whistling by Milky Mosaic. A man in a flashy, ill-fitting suit sauntered through the alleyways between tall apartment buildings and squat mom-and-pop shops with one-room apartments above them. Smack dab in the middle of monsoon season, one was not a comfortable time of year to be wearing a polyester suit so close to the bay. But business was business. Far overhead, perched on a fire escape like an urban gargoyle, Stun tracked the man with his eyes. The insectoid zoanthrope had been stalking his prey from above for the better part of the day, waiting to see if the info he'd received about an illicit weapons dealer prowling the neighborhood was accurate. Sure enough, money had changed hands away from prying eyes, in exchange for the promise that a shipment of guns would make their way to a designated warehouse within the week. Normally, that would have been enough in and of itself for Stun to move in. But there was an additional wrinkle this time. For not only had the tip checked out, but Stun recognized the man skulking down below. The scum ran with a group known both on the news and off the grid for being anti-zoanthrope activists, quote-unquote. A better word for them would have been terrorists, but no one on the air had the guts to say it. For over 2 years, the group had been terrorizing innocent civilians, either for their sympathies or how they'd been born. Worse still, they did so while wearing realistic animal masks that gave them the appearance of zoanthropes themselves. It was a clever and insidious trick. They did twice the damage this way, pushing their victims' faith in the human zoanthrope connection to its limits, while reaffirming the public stigma against them, and also covering their tracks. The police would be looking for zoanthropes after all, not humans, and certainly not anti-zoanthrope activists. It was despicable. Ingenious, but despicable. Just as the man approached a corner, he broke into a full-blown sprint. Cheap rubber soles squealed as he tore away in a panic. Cursing under his breath, Stun dropped to the ground and took off after him. Crook must have finally noticed he was being tailed. No matter. Stun followed with purpose, but not concern. Despite his lead, the gangster was far slower, his movements clumsy and unfocused. Even a common thug, born and raised on the streets, wouldn't have stood a chance against Stun in either a fight or a foot race. A glorified salesman like this would be down for the count before he even knew what hit him. Turning the corner in pursuit, Stun skidded to a halt as the walls around him opened up to the street. Glancing up and down the way, he froze when he caught sight of his prey. "Stay back! Unless the infamous Blue Devil of Narashino doesn't mind breaking a few eggs." The man chuckled shakily. In one hand, he'd grabbed a woman off the street and was holding her arm, twisted behind her back. In any other situation, she probably could have shaken him off easily, seeing as she was nearly as tall as Stun and equally as built. Fortunately for them both, in his other hand, the criminal gripped a pistol, pointed at the woman's head. Stun snarled and slammed his fist against the brick wall of a storefront, furious with himself for being so sloppy. There was one thing he couldn't abide. It was innocent bystanders getting caught in the crossfire. Didn't think you'd be stupid enough to take the bait. Guess you really are a bleeding heart. Or maybe you're just dumb. Stun squinted at the man, trying to decide if he was lying, just to unnerve him. Doesn't matter. I've got you right where I want you now. You've been a real pain in our asses, you know that? Putting our boys in traction, throwing our supply lines into chaos. But not anymore. Once I leave this broad bleeding out on the street, cops will be on high alert. For you. The man grinned. With the pressure of civilian blood on their hands, take care of you for us, like they ought to have all along. And if they fumble it, well, what'll you do when the very people you're trying to save turn on you, huh? Public opinion's one hell of a cudgel. Will you keep up your little hero act when everyone's out to get you? Then you'd get caught for sure. Or will you slink back into the shadows, roll over, and die like the pest you are? I'm already on the edge of my seat. As he stared the man down, desperately trying to find his path to victory through the unexpected complication, a movement from the woman caught Stun's eye. The last thing he needed was for her to try and pull something stupid and add yet another layer of danger to an already perilous situation. However, to his surprise, she wasn't struggling. She was changing, transforming. Hairs on her arms bristled and spread, 2 ivory tusks jutted from her grimace, and her overalls strained as her already impressive leg muscles swelled. By the time the weapons dealer realized what was happening and tore his attention away from Stun, the fishmonger had completed her transformation into a towering, anthropomorphic boar. Hey, Mitsuko, fancy seeing you here. With a roar and a toss of her head, she cleanly knocked the pistol out of her captor's hand with a tusk. The gun clattered to the sidewalk at the same time the man released her from his grip. He stumbled back, cowering in terror. The man scrambled for the gun, but the woman kicked it out of its reach. Seeing his chance, Stun surged forward. The gangster tried to turn tail and run, but Stun was too quick for him. Grabbing the man around the waist with both arms, Stun easily flipped him backwards over his head and suplexed him into the sidewalk. The criminal laid there in a heavily concussed heap. With the situation under control, the fishmonger transformed back into her human self, to Stun's surprise. She smiled at him, appreciatively. Nice move you got there. Thanks for lending a hand. Might have gotten messy otherwise. Stun knew what she couldn't, that he didn't deserve thanks for cleaning up a mess he himself had catalyzed. Had he acted faster, been smarter, and corralling his target, she never would have been put in harm's way. Had she forgotten the smuggler's words to him already? Stun turned to leave, having made enough noise to draw the attention of the authorities. Hey! The woman's authoritative tone somehow stopped him in his tracks. What's your name? Stun. No, your real name, not your stage name or whatever. I don't remember. Huh? Don't give me no guff, young man. You got amnesia or something? Something like that. I see. Must be rough. She looked him over. Stun squirmed under her scrutiny. He'd already stuck around too long and said too much. Hang on, she said, raising an eyebrow at him. Are you actually a zoanthrope or what? You don't look like any animal I know, except maybe a blue lobster. It's complicated. Mitsuko was quiet for a moment. Don't tell me. The ZLF got their claws in you? Whatever was left of Stun's tattered, shriveled heart froze in his chest. His eyes as he debated whether to bolt or interrogate this woman and how she could have guessed that must have told her everything she needed to know. A distant pain passed over her face. With a sigh, Mitsuko set her hands on her hips. Oh, so this is all taking place after the events of BR2. So she's already been rescued by Uriko, has already taken over the shop again. I hate those bastards. They've caused my family no end of grief. So, if they've done you wrong too, just know you aren't alone out there. She gave him a soft smile, more familiar than she had any right to be with him. It certainly wasn't the kind of look Stun was used to getting. Despite his misgivings, however, the warmth in that smile was as disarming as the light of a bug zapper might be to a fly. He should have bolted, ignored her questions, and moved on before anyone else saw him. And yet he stayed. Where'd you learn to fight, anyway? She asked, her friendly tone still keeping him hypnotized. Not too many gyms around here for that kind of sport. Surprised I haven't heard of you before. An awkward pause stretched between them. Even if he couldn't bring himself to leave, Stun knew better than to open his mouth again. Oh, right, you have amnesia. Sorry about that. It's just... You remind me of this guy I used to instruct before my husband passed away and I had to take on the store full time. Steven Oh. Is this how we're explaining why Steven Goldberg knows some of Mitsuko's moves in the game? Oh. Ho ho. Nice American guy. That name ring any bells? I know it's a long shot, but if you ever trained with him, maybe he'd be able to ID you. It wasn't so much the ringing of a bell as it was the striking of a gong crescendoing at the back of Stun's skull. Pressure was building, blurring the edges of his vision. He was used to pain, but this agony was different from usual. His vision flashed white, and suddenly, the soft yellows and oranges of the urban streets at evening were replaced by blinding fluorescence and the heavy thud of impacts against canvas. Stun looked around frantically and found himself at the center of a fighting ring. Glancing down at himself, it was even more disorienting to find that the sapphire blue chitin covering his entire body was gone. Instead, it was sweaty, pinkish skin covered in patches of thick blonde hair. The only blue on him was the skin-tight singlet he was wearing. He stared, entranced, at the hair on the backs of his hands, poking out between layers of sports tape. Get your head in the game, Steven! What? Looking up, he saw the muscular fishmonger he'd been speaking with still standing across from him. Only she looked younger. Instead of her yellowed work gloves, her hands wore the same sports tape as his. In place of her orange beanie, her dark red hair was pulled back into a ponytail behind her foam helmet. And she had traded in her white t-shirt and overalls for a singlet in a brilliant shade of red. God, now I'm imagining, like, Mitsuko as, like, prime Aja Kong. It was the exact same red as the cloak Stun had swathed himself in during his early days of vigilanteism. On himself, it had represented the blood he'd spilled, the filthy life force he drained from his victims to keep himself alive. It was a mark of the sin he would never be able to shed. But on Mitsuko, it looked like the color of a hero, the color of a champion. It was the red of the rising sun, unstoppable and indomitable in its path through the sky. It was a warm, confident color full of life. "Listen up," she barked, immediately snapping him to attention, as though it had been drilled into him. "You can't let your opponent push you around like that, and that doesn't just mean locking yourself in place. Sometimes it means toughing it out until you spot an opening. Sometimes it means striking preemptively, but especially if you're on the back foot, it isn't enough to just resist. You've got to push back." Clapping her hands, the younger Mitsuko dropped into a fighting stance and flashed him a smirk. "Now show me what you got." As though his body was being piloted by some invisible force, Stun felt himself charge forward to meet her. He clashed with Mitsuko in the center of the ring, each of them vying for control of the grapple. Bending his knees deep to try and get under his opponent, Stun strained his muscles to their limit, but found himself surprisingly weak. Taking advantage of his fumble, Mitsuko shifted her weight. "Come on, don't let me overpower you, push back!" Hard as he tried, however, Stun was forced to his knees by her might. Squeezing his eyes tightly shut, he gave one final shove. But it was no use. He was grounded. "Hey, you all right there?" When he opened his eyes, Stun found himself back on the sidewalk, crouched in front of the fish shop. Splayed out on the ground next to him was the weapons dealer he'd been stalking all afternoon. And in front of him stood Mitsuko. She was once again in her gloves, overalls, and beanie. She loomed over him, frowning in concern. Stun forced himself to his feet, staggering as his vision swam and his stomach turned. "Whoa there, big guy. Take a second to breathe, all right?" "Why do you talk to me like that?" The heck are you talking about?" "Like I'm just some guy. Like all of this is normal. I'm a giant bug. My mouth is essentially an entire set of ceramic knives." One sec. Mitsuko blinked in confusion. Suddenly, she burst out laughing and set Stun's head to pounding all over again. "You've got no idea the crap I've seen. The ZLF didn't come busting down our door to ask me on a date." Her confident smile faltered as sadness crept over her eyes. "I've got plenty of experience with people stuck between worlds. I may not know what you are, but I know you've done some good here today." She gestured to the unconscious man at their feet. "You're all right in my book." Stun stared at her silently, still collecting his thoughts. He barely knew this woman, and she barely knew him. Whatever that vision had been, whether a memory jarred loose from the black box of his past or a wishful hallucination, he was a completely different person than whoever he used to be. That is, if he could even still be counted as a person. His head told him that she had to be lying. And yet, anyone would have known that she wasn't the type to beat around the bush or avoid difficult topics. Whatever the ZLF had put her through, it had been horrific enough that a deformed monster like him was just a little more than a footnote to her. Perhaps they had more in common than just their status as victims. They both looked up as sirens sounded down the road. "About damn time the cops got their butts into gear, I swear," Mitsuko grumbled, shaking her head. "I'm sure they'll have all kinds of annoying questions, but don't let them get to you. Better than having to drag this ne'er-do-well all the way over to them, though. Need a drink of water or anything while we wait? I can grab a couple water bottles from the shop." When Mitsuko turned back around, Stun had already disappeared from sight. Staring down from a nearby rooftop as she looked around and scratched her head in confusion. Stun couldn't help but feel as though he was being terribly ungrateful toward her kindness. The last thing he needed was a run-in with the police, though. Darting silently back into the alley, Stun imprinted the fishmonger's kind smile and casual tone of conversation into his mind. If he woke up one of those days with nothing but the same hollow emptiness he'd known on the Zalef's operating table, even just an echo of that warmth would be enough to keep him from losing himself ever again. This is the kind of stuff that needs to be explored more in the games. I'm all about this. And by the way, this little spot art of Stun over here, that is by San. Oh, this style reminds me of something, but I can't think of what it... I don't want to say Aeon Flux. Oh, like the Men in Black animated series, that kind of art? I get like a very faint vibe of that from this. Although obviously, like, stylized a bit differently. I like it. Mana! This is Yoho and Mana by Yuki. And on the right we have Reiji by Akane. Akane Nonomura. I see some liberties were taken with the dragon to make it not look as bad as the one in 4. But you know what? I'm glad they did that. They also managed to make Mana actually look important. Realistically, I could see something like this being like a promo art for an animated series or something. And over here, I mean, I have my reservations with Reiji, but I actually like this idea in general. Just for any Zoanthrope, but it definitely works for him. Of like, he's here, and then there's art of his beast form like on the wall behind him. I like that. Oh, now we got a Kronos and Reiji story. Jeez, my voice is going to be gone by the time I'm through this. This is another work by Milky Mosaic. It's called Kronos and Reiji's Story, Cockfight, Pas de Deux. The story's for the birds. Brisk wind picked up on the city streets, compelling Kronos to pull his beanie down over the tops of his ears. Already a visual I wasn't expecting. Kronos wearing normal people clothes. The weather might not have been to his taste, but getting to experience it alongside his fellow urban pedestrians was a core part of this exercise. Just as he loved doing back at home at the palace, Kronos had slipped away from his security detail, swapped his usual clothes for something less conspicuous, set out to mingle with the common folk. Wow, he's going full Princess Jasmine with this one. In his estimation, it was the best way to gauge the quality of life in a country. His father, the king, preferred to rely on census data and advisors who themselves had no direct experience with the world outside the palace walls. It was one of the many sore spots between them, and always had been. Knowing that one day the throne and all its attendant responsibilities would be his, Kronos pursued his preferred method of study with zeal, He had spent the entire afternoon sampling common foods, taking public transit, listening to the radio, reading the headlines on newspapers and magazines being sold from boxes or carts, and window shopping extensively in order to get a feel for how far a dollar would go. Kronos knew flavors and smells his father could never dream of. But for better or worse, and he wouldn't have traded it for anything. As he walked down the sidewalk enjoying his latest treat, a cup of vanilla soft serve ice cream swirled with crushed bits of chocolate cookie, Kronos noticed a small crowd gathering outside of an electronics store. Behind the glass of the window front, a dozen TV screens of various sizes all played the same news feed. According to a representative, talks between the World of Coexistence, local and regional organizations concluded successfully yesterday evening. Among the topics up for discussion were the opening of several clinics specializing in zoanthrope care, as well as educational programs, starting with... Standing at the back of the crowd, Kronos smiled to himself as he appeared on the screens. There he was, in the footage playing in the background of the report. Normally his father would have been the one traveling to attend such diplomatic events. In this instance, however, he had sent Kronos in his stead. Publicly, his decision had come about due to the WOC's position as an organization led by the next generation. It was a young yet ambitious organization, and he claimed to believe it would be best for the prince to participate in the exchange of ideas and values to respect that vision. In private, he had called Kronos naive and suggested that he spread his wings and experience the challenges of diplomacy firsthand. So, Kronos had gotten in contact with Hugo and Alice, and arranged to join them on their globe-trotting conference tour with the WOC. Flicking his sunglasses with their orange oval lenses down to hide his striking turquoise eyes, Kronos casually continued his stroll. He was quite proud of how effectively his disguise allowed him to blend in. But there was no need to tempt fate by loitering. The young prince had carefully formulated his disguise based off of clothing worn by civilians in the background of news footage, coincidentally enough. College campuses, parks, malls, all had been useful resources in studying contemporary fashion. Kronos paused to adjust his pants with one hand. He wasn't used to wearing such baggy clothing, and the current style of letting cargo pants ride low enough to let the waistband of the boxers peek out made them all the more cumbersome. He did appreciate the practicality of having so many pockets, and the Timberland boots were surprisingly comfortable in comparison. Kronos got Tim's! A huge relief with all of the walking he'd been doing. Even the flannel shirt over the graphic tee was well suited to the late autumn Chicago weather. Although Kronos had not been able to puzzle out the meaning behind the words printed across said shirt. Retro hunky, God, this is like Shion in 4 wearing that ridiculous butterfly outfit. It proclaimed over a simple artistic rendition of a surfboard standing on a sunny beach. Perhaps Hugo would be able to explain if they had time to catch up before their flight to Colorado. His beanie protected him against the brisk wind, while also covering his white hair. Even if some stuck out, he would merely be mistaken for having frosted tips. And while he'd worried that the pair of gold chain necklaces he'd picked out to pull the look together would be too ostentatious, he'd seen guys with even larger chains on the bus. If anything, he had aligned perfectly on the line between statement and trend. Scraping the last bits of cookie and ice cream out of his cup, Kronos looked around for a can to toss his trash into. There were none on the street, which was concerning from a sanitation angle, but he noticed a dumpster not too far down a nearby alley. Walking up and tossing his cup and red plastic spoon in, he decided to cut the rest of the way through. His memory served, there was a mall 2 blocks through what would have been There was a mall 2 blocks through that would have been a perfect spot for people watching until Ganesha inevitably hunted him down and dragged him back to the hotel. Emerging into a sizable clearing between the buildings where 3 different alleys intersected, Kronos noted that he could exit either left or right, but not in the direction he wanted to go. Picking at random, he turned left. Well, what do we have here? Emerging from the shadows in the alley ahead of him, a young man in a sleeveless windbreaker vest and baggy pants blocked Kronos' path. The vest's hood was up, obscuring the man's face, but the front was unzipped. Tribal tattoos covered his chest from one shoulder to the other. So, aside from the costume being different, is this just what happened in this picture? Is Rage gonna like walk over to an artistic rendition of his beast form and shit talk Kronos? Just your average guy taking a shortcut, Kronos said with a polite smile. Turning around, Kronos headed for the opposite alleyway out of the clearing. He heard the flutter of cloth from behind and watched as a stranger flipped through the air overhead to land in the prince's path once more. Kronos clapped and smiled politely at the genuine, impressive display of acrobatics. Wow, what a jump! If you'll excuse me, though, Kronos turned to leave the way he'd come, but the stranger sauntered over and stood in the way, smirking from under his hood. The message was clear. Kronos would not be leaving without a fight. The prince sighed and shook his head disapprovingly. I hope you're not looking for trouble. I think you'd find I'm not the easy mark I appear to be. You really had been hoping to avoid any confrontation while out and about. Not only did it risk raising his profile, but it could potentially turn deadly for both sides. Kronos was just as vulnerable to conventional weaponry as anyone else, but he was also a world-class fighter and a zoanthrope besides. A random thug wouldn't stand a chance. Oh, I know. You're something special, ain't ya? The man's words immediately set Kronos on edge. Had he seen through the prince's disguise? Your aura. I can feel it. Burning. Bursting with power. Show me. The stranger dropped into a fighting stance. Kronos followed suit. The man's words confused him, but he wasn't taking any chances. Even if Kronos didn't want to fight, he would do what he had to do in order to defend himself. Before Kronos could try a different approach at de-escalating the situation, the stranger rushed him. The man threw 2 short jabs at his torso, but Kronos easily backstepped out of range. He felt bad having to take this guy down when he couldn't possibly know how far in over his head he was. That feeling vanished, however, as the man wound back and struck a devastating kick that the prince barely deflected in time. So you do have a little fire in you. Come on, don't hold back. I ain't afraid of getting burned. The stranger raised his leg straight into the air for another strike. The kick came down far faster than Kronos anticipated from the overextension and connected hard with his shoulder. A jolt of pain shot through Kronos' arm. Something was off about his attacker. There was no way this was just some random thug, not with moves like these. The man followed up with another kick that Kronos managed to parry with his leg. Locking their ankles together, Kronos guided it down to one side and pushed the assailant back in one fluid motion. Recognizing the stranger's wind-up for another dropkick, Kronos shifted his weight to the ball of one foot. With a simple clockwise twist, Kronos ducked into a low pirouette and swept the man's remaining leg out from under him. The stranger hit the concrete with a thud. Kronos had no time for concern, however, as the man did a quick handspring and was back on his feet. As he did, the hood of his vest fell back, revealing his face. Kronos didn't recognize him, but he could see why the man had needed the cover. With his short, spiky silver hair and sharp brown eyes that flashed like Chatoyantagates. Chatoyantagates. Jeez. The Latin earlier has thrown me off. He was as conspicuous as Kronos himself. As the young man re-engaged, Kronos couldn't help but wonder what this was all about. His assailant seemed to have no interest in demanding money, no interest in kidnapping him for ransom. In fact, it was entirely possible this guy had no idea who Kronos was. A manic grin spread across the stranger's face as they traded blows back and forth. It was almost as if the violence alone was all he desired. Kronos pushed the silver-haired youth back with a kick, forcing some space between them. They both panted for breath. Their skills were well matched. As an aside, I do like this idea of character who was only in one certain game and character who was only in another certain game, and seeing what happens when you just mix that peanut butter and jelly. Holding a hand behind his back, Kronos focused his energy into his palm. A cold void gathered in his hands as he held the standoff for as long as he could. The more drawn out their fight grew, the greater the chance that an innocent passerby would get caught up in the crossfire. Kronos had to put this guy down swiftly, yet gently. Seeing his attacker dash towards him suddenly, Kronos braced himself. The second he was in reach, Kronos reached out. A small orb of light was now cradled in his palm. His opponent's gaze diverted briefly to the gleam, and in that instant, his fate was sealed. Connecting with the man's chest, Kronos forced the void inside of him. The stranger's body went rigid as the attack siphoned his life force directly out of him. Energy crackled across their skin as it flowed into Kronos. He counted the beating of his opponent's heart as the man slumped backwards. Prince knew all too well how delicate of a process this was. Drawing out just enough would leave his foe unconscious. A second longer, and they'd be comatose. Kronos severed the connection between them the instant he sensed an irregularity in the man's pulse. Catching him before he fell, Kronos laid the stranger on the ground gently. There. Hopefully you've learned not to jump random people on the street now. Just as he was about to turn and continue on his way, Kronos caught a twitch of movement out of the corner of his eye. He leapt backwards just in time to dodge a leg sweep from the silver-haired man. What? How? The prince sputtered. He had little time to wonder, however. The stranger clawed his way back to his feet with a deep scowl. What the hell was that? The man growled, raising his fists into a fighting stance once more. Just what the hell are you? Kronos readied himself for another round. This was dangerous. Either his opponent was pushing his body far past its healthy limits out of pure desperation, or he was much, much more powerful than Kronos had estimated. I could ask you the same thing. That technique should have knocked you out. Throwing his head back, the stranger laughed maniacally at Kronos' declaration. The prince, however, failed to see the humor in their situation. I can't hold it back anymore. A flash of light burst from the young man's body, blinding Kronos temporarily. Throwing his hand up to block his eyes, Kronos squinted between his fingers. Lush, black-feathered wings sprouted from the stranger's back, stretching their tips toward the heavens before folding back down around him. Scaled, digitigrade feet tore through the toes of his boots with their pointed claws. The same sable feathers on his wings covered his entire body. Somehow, The tattoos across his chest glowed through clearly with a blue light. Two beady eyes stared Kronos down over a pitch-black beak. Perhaps this was the energy Kronos had felt when the man had first stepped out of the shadows to confront him. He'd mistaken it for pure charisma, the pressure exuded by those moved with unshakable purpose. If only he'd realized what it really was sooner. Combined with the stranger's martial skills, it made the situation even more precarious. The only upside for Kronos was that he'd be unlikely to hurt the man too badly in defending himself. Given the bestial fortitude inherent to zoanthropes, he'd be able to take more of a beating than the prince had initially estimated. "Two can play at that game," Kronos said with a smirk. The same white light that had engulfed the stranger only moments ago now emanated from the prince. The world around him seemed to be growing as he shrank, till he stood only a few feet tall. Once his transformation was complete, he looked up at the crow zoanthrope before him and brayed. The stranger stared at Kronos in disbelief. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, pointing one clawed finger at the squat rockhopper penguin standing in front of him. "What the hell is that? Can't crow, can't fly? Some beast of a bird you turned out to be. That ain't even a beast, that's a joke." What a letdown. Guess that makes you the punchline. Without warning, the crow swooped down on Kronos. The prince dropped to his stomach as his attacker passed just a hair's breadth from his spine. Turning around, the crow made a second pass, only for Kronos to slide out of the way just in time. Over and over, they repeated this dance until the crow had had enough. Stopping in mid-air to do a forward somersault, the crow redirected all of his momentum directly downward. Kronos' short stature... we have Crow and Kronos. Kronos' short stature in beast mode had protected him from flybys, but it couldn't defend against the kick that came slamming down directly into his back. Kronos squawked in pain as the crow kicked him to the side and sent him rolling helplessly across the concrete. Kronos tried to regain his footing, striking out with his sharp beak as his assailant continued his barrage of kicks. And while he got a few good jabs in, the crow had unarguably seized the upper hand in their fight. With another kick strong enough to break the average human's bones, Kronos was forced back down to the ground. Pathetic. The crow raised his leg in the air once again, and Kronos swore he saw it crackle with sparks of lightning. "Don't worry, Kronos, that's just a guard break." The stranger meant for this to be the finishing blow. In a moment of pure panic, Kronos let down all of his defenses. He wasn't giving up, though. He was giving in. A massive wave of energy burst out from the prince's body, throwing the crow back in a flash of prismatic light. He hit the brick side of a building with a sickening crack. Oh, please tell me that he leaves like a cartoon cutout in the shape of a crow, and then someone just paints his beast form over it, and that's how we get that other artwork that we saw earlier. Falling to the ground, he staggered back to his feet and winced, gripping his ribs. Looking back to Kronos, his beady black eyes went wide in shock. No longer was he facing a fellow youth in plain urban garb, nor an adorably squat rockhopper penguin. Before him stood the Phoenix, in all of its resplendent glory. Its bronze feathers shimmered in the multicolored lights emanating from the mysterious, glowing red symbols trailing across its anthropomorphic form. Breathing heavily, the crow's eyes twinkled. You were holding out on me. With a manic laugh, he leapt back into the fray, throwing himself at the phoenix with ecstatic abandon. The crow launched a bevy of kicks, punches, claws, and elbows, lashing out with everything he had. To his surprise, the phoenix blocked each blow stoically, biding its time, unflinchingly. The instant it sensed a hesitation in his strikes, the phoenix hit back with 2 quick jabs. The short blows pushed the crow back a worrying distance. Immediately, the phoenix took advantage of the space it had created. Rising off the ground with its wings of pure light, it swooped forward and caught the crow by the neck in a single taloned hand. The crow struggled in his grip, but couldn't pry its fingers from his throat. The phoenix forced the crow backwards and into the air until they collided with the wall of a high-rise. Red dust picked up from the impact with the bricks. Dragging the crow against the walls of their impromptu arena, the phoenix made a circuit of the space, leaving a trail of blood and fiery sparks in their wake. Kicking off from the wall, the phoenix hovered in the center of the clearing, still holding the crow aloft. Its glowing blank eyes beheld its prey mercilessly, yet without judgment. For a brief second, the crow locked eyes with it, offering wordless awe of its immense power. But either the phoenix had no interest in such things, or the implied reverence wasn't enough to buy its respect. Closing its fingers tighter around the crow's neck, the phoenix let off one last explosion before dropping its prey to the ground. I like to think it's more so that the phoenix is just like, well, I can't move cancel out of the rest of the beast drive, so I gotta blow him up. Gotta do it. As the phoenix floated back down slowly, the crow writhed in agony. He rolled frantically from side to side, trying to smother the embers clinging to his feathers. In a weak flash, the stranger dropped from his beast form back to fully human. He lay on the concrete, gasping for breath, his clothes damp with sweat. Streaks of ash were smeared across his face and bare arms. The phoenix lighted on the ground, looming over him menacingly as its 4 seraphic wings cast multicolored light across every surface in the alley. Ugh! Cheating bastard! The silver-haired youth spat on the phoenix's feet defiantly, even though he was too battered to so much as sit up. Raising its head to the sky, the phoenix let out an unearthly screech. There was one last blinding flash, and the beast was gone. Kronos stood before him once again in his now torn and dirty civilian disguise. It's getting late. The prince stumbled, catching himself on a wall at the same time he was catching his breath. I'll never get used to the nausea, but at least my control is improving, Kronos whimpered. Quit muttering to yourself, don't you dare ignore me, the silver-haired man snarled at him from where he still lay on the ground. Finish me off, damn it! How demanding for someone in your position, Kronos replied, brushing dirt from the front of both his shirts. He was thoroughly unamused by the loser's tantrum. I didn't even want to fight you in the first place. Can't you accept defeat with grace? What's the point? The role of the strong is to cull the weak from the herd. If I lose, I might as well be dead. How callous. Kronos scrunched up his nose in distaste. I may not know your circumstances, but no one should have to feel that their life is justified solely by their strength. A world like that isn't a functioning society, it's just barbaric. Besides, you're plenty strong. You gave me a serious run for my money. Why not put that strength into helping others instead of causing trouble? That just ain't how the world works. Well, it's how I work. This world may be unkind, but that doesn't mean we have to be. Since you seem wed to your hierarchy of strength, The fact I won and you lost means you should listen to me, doesn't it? The man opened his mouth to respond, but closed it without saying anything. Instead, he stared up at the prince for a long moment. Something was churning behind his eyes. Kronos could sense the same intensity in his gaze as when they had been trading blows, except that the emotion behind the two looks were entirely different. The man was thinking hard about something. Even if Kronos couldn't quite read what it was, at least the stranger finally seemed to have something other than raw violence on his mind. Footsteps echoed down the alley toward them, interrupting their silent send-off. From each of the 3 pathways that fed into the clearing, a man in a dark suit and sunglasses emerged to box Kronos and the other young man in. Kronos took a step toward the center. The men didn't look like police, but they were too calm and coordinated to have stumbled upon them by accident. Something was off about their sudden appearance. If it weren't for the sunglasses, I would think, is this Q from Street Fighter? Before he could confront them, however, a 4th man stepped out from behind one of the suited figures. The larger man's stark white hair and beard contrasted with his tanned skin. He gave Kronos a disapproving scowl when their eyes met. Ganesha? Thank you, sir, one of the strange men said to Kronos, taking the lead. You've stopped a very dangerous criminal here today, making the streets safer for all. Tch. The silver-haired youth glowered at the suited trio as he struggled to push himself up off the ground. We will take custody of him from here. The hell you will, the young man shouted, straining against his wounds and exhaustion just to struggle to his knees. His pupils had dilated, and he bore his teeth at the men like a wild dog backed into a corner. I'd die fighting before I let you take me anywhere, and you better believe I'd take you down with me. Kronos looked at the other young man and remembered his insistence on being finished off after their fight. Had their entire encounter been nothing more than an elaborate suicide? Had he known they were so hot on his heels? Or did his own life simply mean so little to him that ending it was always an acceptable solution in his eyes? As the men took a step forward in uncanny synchronicity, Kronos stepped between them and his once assailant. Whatever was going on, it was more complicated than these men were making it out to be. Forgive my curiosity, the prince said politely, but under what authority? A piece of advice. Don't act like a king over people you don't govern, Ganesha said gruffly. The silver-haired youth struggled to his feet. Hey, what do you say we deal with these interlopers before finishing our match? I think I'm getting my second wind. Wiping a smear of blood from the corner of his mouth, he gave Kronos a dangerous grin. What? I won't turn down the backup, but why the sudden interest in cooperation? The name's Reiji, and let's just say, I find you real intriguing, Mr. Penguin. Call me Kronos, please. The man held out the same hand he'd wiped away blood with for a handshake. Kronos took it, perplexed. The only thing that registered was that the other man, Reiji, wore fingerless gloves just like Kronos normally liked to. Without further discussion, Reiji turned and charged the 3 strange men with a battle cry. Perhaps Kronos needn't have worried over him after all. Isn't this a fine mess you've gotten yourself caught in? Ganesha watched the 3-on-1, shaking his head. Kronos, I urge you to reconsider. We need not get any further involved. Return to the hotel with me. We can pretend this little excursion of yours never happened. You know as well as I do that I could never leave an injured man to the mercy of 3 threatening strangers. With a grunt and a harumph, Ganesha dropped into a fighting stance. As a man, I must admire your resolve, but as your bodyguard, I must insist. Then it seems we're at an impasse. Ganesha dashed forward at Kronos, hands raised to lock him into a grab. The prince readied himself to dodge, poised for a tactical pirouette. He hated having to clash with Ganesha like this, but their stances on the matter were irreconcilable. As heir to the kingdom of Zoanthropes, Kronos had an obligation to remain true to his morals. He would defend his enemy and fight his own ally, if it meant upholding those beliefs. Oh. You're pathetic! Oh, crap! I can only hear that awful voice. So this is 5/6ers, and I just gotta ask, why is the Phoenix cheeked up? You know what? Let's not dwell on that for too long. Oh, this is a thing of beauty. So this is Stun versus Busuzima by Dino. And here we see Busuzima getting exactly what he deserves. They did a really good job conveying motion with this. It was like he's getting slammed through a goddamn pillar. I love this. Also, holy shit, that look on Stun's face. Alright, and on the other side we have Uriko, Jenny, and Shenlong by Cat. And then you say, oh yeah, take that. Well, not talk like that when I'm fighting you, Furball. If anything, that's how you talk. Oh, God. So wait. Jenny has the Uriko figure. Uriko has the Jenny figure. Shenlong's playing with himself in the corner. I know what I said. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of, this is like the Bloody Roar version of Mario RPG, the scene where the Geno doll first shows up. Mario's playing as Bowser, the kid's playing as Geno, and then he just knocks Mario unconscious. Good stuff. And I actually can see Jenny getting that pissed with Uriko, just in general. Not even at this specifically. Oh god, I am gonna have no voice by the end of this. First of all, that art. This is Fox vs. Yugo by Ike. And look, Fox is a psychopath, a murderous, psychopathic sociopath, and I think that's this is like appropriately psychotic for his mid-fight beast form. I'm also going to assume that's I can't remember if that's quarter circle forward kick or quarter circle back kick, but the one where he like does the kick, like a flash kick up into the air and then lands on his feet. I imagine that's what he's doing here. Yeah, the color choice in this oddly highlights just how much more visceral this fight is. And it gets that across with not an ounce of blood on the screen. Just in the way that they chose to draw these beast forms. Anyway. We have more Kronos on the horizon. This is The Kingdom's Secret by Feather Dancer. For as long as he can remember, Kronos Orma has suffered blackouts. Always sudden, too. One moment awake, and the next a bunch of time has passed. Even stranger is how they are empty of dreams, and often with a tingle of heat infesting his limbs. There never seems to be any consistent trigger, or at least not one he's ever been able to figure out. Looking back over the years, their starting is likely why his father began to fret whenever he was not under his watchful eye. Lest he suddenly be taken much like his mother had. He won't deny that he's wondered more than a few times if one day he simply won't wake up afterwards. Even had nightmares about it when he was much younger. As the prince of a budding kingdom of zoanthropes, if one with a mystery ailment, it demanded a band-aid fix for the immediate problem and came in the form of assigning a bodyguard. Ganesha came to be that man despite being an outsider, and one who remains at his side to this day. Despite gentle poking over the years, he knows little other than he is from a land that cannot comprehend deserts and prefers the areas of greenery where his hands can dip deeply into the soil. The mysterious burns on his arms are always resolutely covered by paint or cloth and a stone wall that refuses to give up any answers. Still, his presence has been of great comfort, knowing that should the worst happen, somebody would always be there. If he wasn't allowed to play with the other children like he once had, back before something happened, he still thinks about Jean. Then at least he could have someone to talk to. And if the old man was in an indulgent mood, to play with instead. Having a guardian shadowing his every move didn't seem enough to sate his father, though. In desperation for an actual cure, he began seeking out doctors and scientists from far beyond their borders. In those early days, it felt like every other week another one would appear, clad in the same white coats as the rest, though he still tried to remember their faces as best as he could. Some were nice, whereas most had little time for a then confused child who rightfully didn't appreciate all the poking and prodding. Felt like every session they invented brand new reasons to draw blood, inject something or other, and hook him up to yet more machines. It is strange, though. They always seem to be busying around the spiraling laboratories, as if they were scared of the future, despite it being one of the safest places in the world. Sprawling, not spiraling, damn it. What even little Kronos noticed was that how they sometimes flinched when he got grumbly and the wary eyes being thrown his way. He decided then and there to always be polite, unless they really pushed it, in the hopes it would make these things easier for everybody. Surely they would be less upset if he was a model test subject child? It was sound logic for someone so young. Now that he's older, he knows it was fear that caused and still causes that reaction. Suspicions have long been rolling around his brain that something is happening when his body gives out, but he has never had the means to prove it. That, and nobody ever wants to talk with the kingdom's heir, even when they're meant to protect him. In the hollows of his memory, clinging to the edges by the fingertips, he knows about her, and a supposed replica, even though he's not supposed to. Ironic, isn't it? knowing about the kingdom's greatest secret by piecing together scratched notes and hushed words when he knows not a single thing when it comes to himself. That would have to change soon. So her and supposed replica Uriko and Uranus, I'm guessing? Returning again to the more naive and tender era, despite everything they tried, his condition continued to plague his waking life. This also meant he wasn't aging out of it, which was a hope bandied about for a while that he had also shared. More than once he had discovered consciousness trapped within a glass tube, pursued by the sensation of fire and lofty winds. The first few times, for a split second, he'd panic, utterly convinced he was drowning before the reality of an oxygen mask sitting snug set in. The water always seemed to bent on leaching every drop of body heat until he's left shivering from cold. He hates that part particularly. All around him would be faces scribbling notes or tapping at screens as though he were some sort of specimen on display to be studied. Another aspect to be despised. It has become routine, unfortunately. Tube released into the care of his bodyguard, towel thrown over his head, the previously attentive personnel drifting away without saying a word. Only seemed to matter to them when he did, which only added to the constant pang of loneliness that has dogged him for years. Notably, his father had not once been the one waiting. This was just a thing that happened that is not to be spoken of, and would be met with a punishment should he try to argue otherwise. During his early teenage years, something changed. Quite literally and rather fitting for where they are, even though it marked the end of the more innocent era. In the middle of a rather delicate pirouette, his beast announced itself and had sent him crashing to the floor with a sudden and violent shift in his balance. He felt like an uncoordinated barrel forced to roll back and forth, struggling to find his feet that seemed to have vanished without his permission. Arms swung uselessly while strange noises emanated from his throat. It was a horrid first experience as things went. The act of standing managed to send him into a fresh spiral once he realized why his hands wouldn't work. They were gone, replaced by stiff flippers narrowing at the tip. They can appear elegant to him now, but then? The horror felt all-consuming as he refused to believe and desperately sought out something reflective. Steps that should have been frantic were little better than a toddling shuffle. A then impossible picture tried to coalesce in the panic, but denial is a powerful thing. Take this in before going to the next page. This is some Chrono Spot art, again by 5/6ers and Sujin. I like the touch of the glowing feathers around the fire in particular. Oh, forgot that sentence. It sang proudly in his blood, as much as the mysterious warmth that ignited within his chest. There should be talons there, came a bemused whisper as he struggled to remain upright. Sharp as the ones on my feet. That was enough to make him pause just for a moment. Shouldn't the lack of fingers and thumbs have been the biggest concern? The offness settled nastily in his stomach, a potent nausea that made his skin itch, and was further fueled by the red eyes that stared back. It wasn't anything like a true zoanthrope was supposed to be. No. He is an anomaly that had spontaneously formed into the shape of a penguin that looked about as deadly as an oversized plush toy. The ability to do his beloved dance had been all but stripped away with the complete loss of his legs. The sheer stress of everything rapidly became too much for his system, and he was out like a light. About an hour later, from how little the sun had moved, he began to stir. This was in itself the most curious development, because the laboratories have no access to sunlight. There is a human hand back where it should be when he tried to shield his eyes with nary a soul to be seen. He does remember laying there for at least a few minutes before wondering why nobody had come to find him. Then a few more just to process what happened. Even though he was badly chilled, miserable, and wanting to give up and retire for the day, duty always comes first. More important to clean up and report in, lest he be reprimanded later, no matter how he personally felt. Still might have scraped an extra minute here and there, mind. He'd earned it. The conversation that followed still sticks strongly in his mind, possibly because it was nothing like what he was mentally preparing for as he walked towards the private quarters of King Orion. Surprise or scorn had made perfect sense for the circumstances. He had, somehow, calmly greeted the man seated behind the desk, before the tumble of words to explain what had happened started falling from his mouth. No, instead he received true pride, completed by a beaming smile that carried into his voice, and a knowing glint in his eye, something he didn't have the privilege of sharing. It made the flush of embarrassment all the worse. "Oh, my son, it seems your blood has finally awakened. This is truly a momentous day for the kingdom." It sounded so painfully sincere, the sort destined for his political speeches for the masses. Still, it helped calm his nerves somewhat, even if the heat had refused to dissipate entirely from his cheeks. By not having hands? His tone was incredulous despite being bound by the manner expected of him. Something unseen had buzzed at the back of his mind in agreement. "I always believed I would be more like you when it finally happened, if I may. There is much we do not yet understand about our kind, despite the valiant efforts of many over the decades," came the answer with a dismissive hand wave. "While I can understand your disappointment, to be underestimated will always be to your advantage, as long as you choose to make it so. Indeed, I believe it is time for your training to begin in earnest, so that you may become a true warrior of our fair kingdom. A protector, even. Wisdom alone will not protect our citizens. Knowing how to wield your might will give you that edge. Hope for the best, and prepare for the worst. I know, Father. When do I begin?" "Tomorrow, once you have properly rested. And I will ensure the arrangements are made. Ganesha may wish to retire one day, but I am sure he still has a few years left in him to help you on your way and put your unique talents to good use." Unique. Now, wasn't that a funny word? All his expectations were now little more than ash on the wind, without even a frame of reference in how to deal with it all. The idea of fighting like that seemed an impossible task unless a target dummy was involved. Nothing he could say out loud, of course, but in the privacy of his own mind, nobody could stop him. Not even the king. Instead of his next words turning to dismissal, however, he tented his fingers together in thought. For a long moment sat a one-sided, awkward silence between them, with barely a breath dared. Also one-sided. "In fact, I have a proposition for you. In light of this development," his hard gaze lifted just enough to meet that of his son, should
Should your progress prove satisfactory, and you have none of your little blackouts for an entire month, then I may be inclined to allow you more freedom to interact with the populace. Even with your personal guard and the servants, I have never felt particularly comfortable with the idea of you wandering beyond these walls. Not after what happened to your mother, you understand. I believe a change is long overdue. For the people to see your face at more than a distance. Do you find this acceptable? He blinked. Just the once he remembers specifically, his brain struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. This was King Orion, the man who has been known to show even an ounce of gentleness toward one woman who no longer walked here. The cracks she left behind had since been filled with the strongest stone, lest an enemy of a kingdom take advantage and bring them all to ruin. And yet here he was, offering a kindness even if it was one with strings attached. As quick as he might, Kronos mentally shoved all thoughts and feelings into a box, before any sign of excitement could slip forth as he dipped into a bow. To this day, he is unsure how he managed it. I will gratefully accept these terms. Thank you, Father. And that was that, as they say. A simple bead of hope dipped in possibility that would buoy him through all the future bruises, sore muscles, and exhaustion. He did not breathe a word to any soul, lest word somehow got back and he prayed his body would give him a reprieve. While he cannot say if some form of deity had listened, or whether it was purely luck, he did indeed gain that freedom. With restrictions, of course, because something invariably would be invented, and great insistence on his state of dress and appearance. But after so long tethered to the palace, it felt like a blessing. I'm gonna have to reload on water again. Ignorance is bliss. A calm before the storm, a hush before the riot. There are more than a few sayings that perfectly describe the period in between the then and the now. It was nice while it lasted, and there's more than a few happier memories nestled there, outweighing his childhood years. Alas, there would be no recovery from learning of the darker secrets hidden beneath their feet, even if it would be longer yet before he could actually do anything about it. Patience is a virtue, is another rather apt one. His father was correct in assuming people would underestimate his beast form. Regardless of his own thoughts about his appearances, opponents he was pitted against quickly learned the folly of acting like he was a comedy act instead of an actual threat. Many looked at those red eyes with a new sense of awe before a human before a human hand was offered to help back onto their feet. He has never been one for grudges, no matter what the hissed whispers in his head tried to say, even about the ones whose pride made them slap it away. One thing that changed little throughout this was his feelings towards his penguin form. It sits more comfortably now, true, yet has never felt quite right. He bristles more against the rare colder weather for seeking warmth instead, even more than the species should if his research is correct. The clumsiness with the flippers never seems to completely abate as he keeps subconsciously expecting a thumb, though it did improve. He dreams not of oceans, but of hints of rainbow catching on scraps of clouds in an open blue. The squawks are still too deep, too rumbled, though, to what they are being compared to, he cannot possibly know. If Ganesha knew, he said nothing. Maybe if Joan was still around, he'd have someone who would be able to risk confiding in. Oh, if only. In his 19th year, the kingdom began to chatter with excitement after the announcement of an upcoming tournament for zoanthropes. Politically, it was a stroke of genius, a way to get word out of their existence beyond the hidden channels, while proving they are not without protection from outside threats. The citizenry did not need to know about the secret treaty to bring in mercenaries to actually act as their enforcement, just as the broad strokes that involved him being the symbol of Orion's greatness. He does not dispute his father's wisdom, for he knows how cautious he is. No, Kronos merely sensed a rare opportunity ripe for the taking, one with the tiniest bit of leverage he can use. Father, may you spare me a moment of your time? Dark eyes flicker upward with his lip curled in annoyance. The quill stills in his hand as he scoffs. Not the best sign, but he refuses to cower or apologize for his presence. There would only be one chance, and he is going to seize it, come what may. Shouldn't you be preparing? The tournament is only days away now. I will not stand for you creating a poor image at such a critical stage. I was just heading to the arena to check the last of the construction had been removed as per your order. I promise I will not take long. Fine. But I will give you no longer, for I am busy. Out with it. Immediately, he dips his head in deference, as a mild string of heat ripples across his shoulders in excitement. The air drawn into his lungs feels charged with static. You have made clear that should an outsider win, they will be granted accelerated citizenship, with the freedom to come and go as they please. As our representative, I wondered, should I be the winner? Might I ask a single favor of you instead? That seemed to steal his attention away from where it had begun to drift downward. His expression tells of nothing until there is a huff of breath, just loud enough to be heard, that of acknowledgement. If being lauded as champion is not enough for you, then I suppose such a small indulgence will do no harm, he begins. The quill tips in a metronome motion upon the air, clear indication of future words being chosen with the utmost care. I will allow it if and only if the treaty will not be affected in any way. Until it is signed, there is every possibility things might fail, and that is not a circumstance that can be afforded if we are to safeguard our future. Are we in agreement? Of course, and you do have my deepest gratitude. I will leave you to your work, and remind the servants not to interrupt at such a crucial time. Rest assured, I will be sure to do our people proud when the time comes. The king says nothing when he bows deeply, for his attention had already returned to the finer details before him. The prince quickly disappears out of the room, lest his hammering heart be heard, and does not dare breathe for 5 paces further to be safe. Cannot believe he has gotten away with it. Surely requesting a single favor without any hint to what for is suspicious on its own merit. Yet he seemed content enough, knowing that whatever it might be, it would not interfere with his own plans. It won't, of course. He merely wants the ability to ask a single question on one specific subject he desires without fear of reproach. What are the scientists really doing while under the orders of King Orion? He wants to know the truth. So, as I was reading through this part where he's talking with King Orion, I got that kind of vibe of, like, one of those, have you ever seen, like, one of those dramas where it's like, it's the higher ups of like a a monarchy, oligarchy, or whatever. And it's like, it's mostly just dudes talking to each other in like someone's office. But there's that layer of tension across everything that everyone says, where everyone's very carefully choosing their words to try and steer conversations certain ways and try and extract what they need out of each other. But it's all still very formal. That's kind of what this feels like. I like it. Speaking of I like it, over here we have Fang and Mashiro. This is the artist just goes by Sheena. There is a bit more to the username, but yeah, it's nice to see Fang getting some representation here. Oh, I was reading the watermark up here. A piece of my crazy mind. Chapter 5 coming soon. But no, I really like this. They went the extra mile by having it be a rainy scene as well. And they took the time to like do the water pooling here. Yeah, I like that. It's also a bit of a dynamic angle. You can notice that the wall goes from here and goes slightly forward, and this dips slightly down. Makes it like more of an action-y shot, I think. Meanwhile, next to Sheena's art, we have Sheena art. This is by San. It looks like Sheena's in that like, I think it's quarter circle forward beast where she does the crawl and then can do the like pounce afterward. Or with the low profile, it could be that like double tap down beast, like claw swipe and roll to the side. Very nice. Oh, this. I remember seeing previews of this in the Discord, and holy shit, I love everything about this. So this is a play on the Bloody Roar 1 ending where Greg is like, hey Yugo, join my circus. And is everyone else having their own reactions to this. Yugo's like, fuck no, I'm not doing that. Kenji's like, he wants you to what? Oriko's like, you're gonna be TikTok famous. Alice is like, oh shit, this is beautiful. And then Marvel is just like, go on, do it. Fucking do it. I really like the glove too. Oh, this is by Umbra. And it's simply called Greg and the Gang. This is a sitcom waiting to happen. Oh shit. So, I badly need to reload on water before I do this. But we're finally to one of my contributions. I will be back in just a minute. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Time to read something I did. This is Love and Hate, Aiding's Bloody Roar Popularity Poll by me. Some game developers have a tendency to focus on the present to such a degree that it is at the expense of their past and, at times, even their future. Wow. I did not know when I originally wrote that how true that would be today. Aiding is apparently not one of them. If you go to their website, aiding.co.jp, and check their Works section, they have a full catalog of each of their past titles, several of which have links to the official sites for the games, even if those links don't lead anywhere anymore. The Bloody Roar games are no exception to this. The pages for both 1 and 2 have links to their old PlayStation.com pages, which no longer exist. There's a catch, though. Bloody Roar 1 and 2 are listed twice, once for the console version and once for the arcade version. The arcade versions have official sites of their own, which are hosted by Aiding themselves, quietly tucked away in the Museum directory. The bottom of this section lists 2005 for the year of Aiding's copyright and Internet Explorer 6 as the browser of choice. Man, I feel really, really old. The pop-up window in the corner has extremely small text warning that these are reproductions of the original sites, and Aiding can't respond to inquiries about their contents. The main event of this article is the site for the first Bloody Roar, specifically what's at the bottom of the page. No, I'm not talking about the link to download a zipped file with some extremely low-res character collages, which still works, by the way. That's true, you can actually go there and download all these now. The fox and long images being 1 pixel smaller than the others is making my eye twitch. These things, like, I actually... Yeah, these would be like postage stamps on a modern monitor. There are 2 links with dates next to them. One says it's from July 8th, 1997, which is around when the game first appeared in arcades. The second is dated March 18th, 1998, several months after the game received a console port in Japan and North America. Sorry, Europe, you had to wait another couple weeks. Its title? Character Popularity Contest. Results Announcement Corner. Black Square was the most liked and disliked. Oh, wait. Oops. Yes, apparently Aiding held a public survey through their site to try and determine which characters people liked and disliked the most. I thought it might be fun to see how this turned out, and, with the benefit of hindsight, see if the results translated into any significant changes later in the series. Disclaimer, my Japanese is pretty rough, so take my attempts at translation with a grain of salt. Also, as this poll was conducted through Aiding's Japanese site, this is going to reflect the opinions of Japanese players of the time first and foremost. Your mileage may vary. The top of the page says, "Thank you so much for all the votes. It's been a while since the survey deadline, but we can finally announce the results." Aiding essentially asked players to rank the Bloody Roar cast according to 4 questions. Number 1. Which character's human form do you like the most? Number 2. Which character's beast form do you like the most? Number 3. Which character's human form do you dislike the most? And number 4. Which character's beast form do you dislike the most? When you see me post images of the ranks for each character, they will be shown in the order described above from left to right, i.e., most like human form rank on the far left to most disliked beast form rank on the far right. Yeah, I had to go through and manually edit all of these. First of all, there was one character who was the undisputed, absolute, undeniable favorite among the player base. No, it wasn't Yugo. It was Long. Long's human form? Most liked overall?
and least disliked overall. His beast form? Most liked overall and least disliked overall. And yes, due to a couple apparently large gaps in the most disliked character results, Long ranked 9th out of 8 characters. Sorry Long, your beast form is a curse that players really seem to enjoy. Now I'm imagining someone at 8ing seeing this and thinking, hey, you know what's better than 1 long? 2 longs. Said employee then hastily scribbles second long on a post-it note, then crosses that out and writes Shenlong. Below the poll results are some quotes from members of the development team. They didn't say much, but most of them chimed in on how they felt about Long earning the top spot in both liked categories and the bottom spot in both disliked categories. Long's appearance at first was a bit plain, and we debated whether to reject him or not. So I have really mixed feelings seeing him ranked first by players. Seiya Yamanaka, planner. Even though he was such a simple character at the start of development, he really ended up being a big hit. My favorite character from the start was Long. Kumi Sasaki, motion designer. Of course it's Long. Of course it's Long. That long-haired, four-eyed Chinese guy is great. Koji Mandai, motion designer. Is it any wonder then that he maintained a prominent supporting role and even had his first design used as the basis for another character, which is his figurative and literal clone? Then again, how did he never end up being featured prominently on any of the game's box art? No, being in the background of the first game's art is not being featured prominently. Since I mentioned him earlier, let's move on to Yugo. The game and series poster boy was also well-liked overall. His beast form was number 2 on the most disliked list, and his human form finished in a tie for 3rd. Meanwhile, both his human and beast forms were tied for 3rd from last in the most disliked categories. With results like these, it's no surprise that his design didn't drastically change until Extreme, and he continued to be a prominent figure in the series throughout. Even though Long was the runaway winner. I raised my eyebrows at a few points when going further down the ranks. Alice's human form was 2nd in the most liked category, and her beast form was 3rd. You'd think that would mean she placed low for the disliked categories, right? Nope. Alice's human and beast forms were in the middle of the pack for the most disliked categories. Being middle of the pack can indicate an okay design, but it can also be interpreted as not being good enough. Maybe this is why her design had more noticeable changes on a game-by-game basis, including her "is this even the same person" extreme design. She wound up being one of the more polarizing characters in the game, but not the most polarizing one. That honor, however, would stay in the family. Mitsuko's human and beast forms were listed among the most disliked forms for the entire cast. Oddly, her human form was tied with Yugo for number 3 under most liked, while her beast form finished in a 3-way tie for 4th as the most liked form overall. This didn't just surprise me. The development team also had some strong reactions to these results. Mitsuko seemed to have a positive and negative impact on people, so I guess in a way she fulfills her role. I mean, some part of the audience gained some reasonable appreciation for her, so I'll take that as a good thing. Seiya Yamanaka, planner. My favorite character from the start was Long, but my second favorite character was Mitsuko. Kumi Sasaki. Mitsuko! Koji Mandai. Lots of mixed feelings here. Why do people not like Mitsuko? Shinsuke Yamakawa, graphic designer. And then there was Tatsuta-san, who seemed to say the quiet part loud. Maybe a married woman is too much too soon for younger fans.
Mitsuakira Tatsuta, graphic designer. In spite of the apparent Mitsuko haters club, perhaps the feelings of the development team and her not being universally rejected are why Mitsuko, despite not being a playable character beyond the first entry, technically stuck around in a couple different ways. She plays a key role in Noriko's story in the sequel, and several of her moves were repurposed for other characters, such as Stun. Aside from Long, there was one character Japanese Bloody Roar fans came to a clear consensus for, and that was Greg. These fans hated Greg with the primal fury of 1,000 wind-up punches. Tying for last place for the most liked human and beast forms, on top of finishing right behind Mitsuko for most disliked human and beast forms, there technically wasn't a second place for the latter. Gorilla Ham Lincoln, aside from a couple recycled animations, pretty much stopped existing beyond the first Bloody Roar. At this point, I have a question for you, reader. What's worse? Fans disliking someone? Or fans being straight up apathetic about someone? Aside from his beast form being in a three-way tie for 4th in the most liked category, these fans didn't seem to care about Gato much. He was the just there character, tying with Greg for the least liked human form and Yugo's human and beast forms near the bottom for the most disliked list. It's debatable whether this mattered for Gato's future in the series at all. He might have been a mainstay for the development team regardless of his reception, but he did make a noticeable shift in appearance and approach in the next entry, becoming the fake-out antagonist while putting a top on, using only one belt for his pants, and letting Marvel wear the red armband instead. As for Fox and Bakuryu the First, the endings for both characters would have made it hard to bring them back in any form. Well, except as a robot. With the Mole Man being in the middle of the pack or in the bottom half of the ranks for every question, it would have been tough sledding for him to try and return, even if he didn't get the Nickelodeon slime treatment. Fellow Tylon lackey Fox was both lower on the liked side and higher on the disliked side. A shame considering that the ending left open the possibility of a return down the line, even if it was faint at best. On some level, what followed both characters felt more inevitable and like it was part of the plan the whole time. In Bakuryu's case, his moveset and name/title were passed on to another character, one who was younger and less likely to dissolve into a pile of molecules. As for Fox, Hans never showed up again in any form, and the Fox's moveset was divided up among the likes of Jenny and Xion, among others. To close, how about one last developer quote, one which I couldn't find a place for anywhere else and is the most broad, diplomatic, non-committal statement of the bunch, yet also quite appropriate for this fanzine. These characters all have such strong personalities, so fans' preferences can be pretty divided. Each has their good qualities about them, though. Yuichi Ochiai, main programmer. And now we have winners and losers spot art by 5-star. I almost said 5-star. 556ers and Sujin, which in the first draft I saw, this wasn't here. So, the main character, technically third. Alice, just rubbing it in. Long, of course, he doesn't give a shit. Gato still has this little one to worry about. And, yep, she's wearing the clothes from that one image in the V-Jump book for BR1, I believe it is. Or maybe it's 2. Either way, of course, Mitsuko doesn't give a shit. As long as she's got her kids, who cares? Bakuryu, pissed off slime. Poor Greg, man.
I mean, Fox is a little peeved. Understandably so, but sucks to be Greg. Now we're on to an interview with Jerry the OG by 556ers. And then once I'm done with this, it's pretty much just images the rest of the way. My name is Jeremiah, nicknamed Jerry, public alias Jerry the OG. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I'm 27 years old, and I've been doing videos on YouTube since I was 13. I've done a variety of videos ranging from Pokemon to Smash Bros., real-life discussions, and my Jerry Plays series, but I'm mostly known for my Crash Bandicoot and Bloody Roar videos. I've also been doing music since I was 17, and I stream Bloody Roar pretty frequently, amongst other titles. I try to present my work in a sincere manner in the hopes that it can translate to my character, or at least for huge passion projects or a specific endeavor I'm going for. I've been focused on keeping Bloody Roar's name in the consciousness of people since May 2018. What got you into Bloody Roar? My friend Victor, aka Voice Legend or just Voice, introduced me to Bloody Roar in 2015. We were in a Discord or Skype call, and I remember him talking about Bloody Roar 3 and showing me an image of Uranus, and I thought, wow, she looks like Aqua from Kingdom Hearts. Shortly after, I downloaded Bloody Roar 2 off the PSN store and played it for the first time. Not long after that, I did a video on June 29th, 2015, talking about Bloody Roar coming to the PS4 in 2017, since it'd be the 20th anniversary for the series at that point in time. But unfortunately, we didn't get anything. I was focused on other things afterwards, so I didn't resume creating videos on the series until 2018. I wanted to be the voice for the community on the series, and as I was for Crash Bandicoot when that series was dormant for 7 to 8 years prior to the trilogy remake being revealed at E3. I still do videos and streams on Bloody Roar because it's become a comfort fighting game for me. It's also one I understand the greatest out of any other fighting game I've ever played, despite it not telling the player how to do anything. I think the way the developers crafted the games complemented my brain in ways I can't even explain. That and I have a pretty strong connection to the cast and world of the series. What's it been like for you to keep people's finger on the series' pulse the past few years? I feel like I'm doing the right thing for something a lot of people care about, regardless if they disagree with the way I go about things, because we all want it to be remembered or preserved in a respectful manner. Doing it for Crash Bandicoot via videos for 4 years was great, but doing it for Bloody Roar feels greater because I never predicted that I'd be competing in it either. It added a whole new chapter to this era. Bloody Roar deserves to get as much love as Virtua Fighter and Tekken in my opinion. What was your reaction to hearing about the zine project? Curious and excited. I never thought about this being a thing to begin with or knew what a zine was at the time. It's cool to see Bloody Roar get something centralized for the community to this degree. What drew you to Bloody Roar Extreme over other games in the series? Bloody Roar Extreme to me was Hudson Soft, Kenji Fukuya, and Aiding's last best attempt to expand the Beasterized system in its gameplay department, particularly with the Hyper Beast system as it adds another unique layer to your character. With it, you're playing 3 characters in one. Bloody Roar Extreme actually reminds me of Bloody Roar 2 a lot since they have just about the same amount of content, similar premise for its story compared to other entries. It has an extra character in the game as a guest, Yugat Tsukigami, aka Fang the Wolf from the manga Bloody Roar the Fang. This game feels the best any Bloody Roar game has ever felt out of all the entries in the series. It's the one I also have so much history with, so to me it goes right next to Bloody Roar 2, just from how similar it is and how much time I've invested in learning the game. Can we finally dispel the rumor that Extreme/Primal Fury is a port of Bloody Roar 3? As far as I can tell, this idea came from a single IGN article around 20 years ago, and has been repeated groundlessly from people who know BR and newcomers to the series alike. Bloody Roar 1 and 2 are different to each other, just like how Bloody Roar 3 is different to Bloody Roar Primal Fury. Bloody Roar Extreme is the updated version of Primal Fury that includes character tweaks, sidesteps being used for positioning rather than dodging, and the extra turn-illegal character Fang. The only ports of Bloody Roar that exist are Bloody Roar 1 and 2 on PSN, and Bloody Roar Extreme on the Xbox that came out after the GameCube version. Primal Fury/Extreme is not a port of Bloody Roar 3. People need to use their eyes. They're not visually or schematically the same at all. The stages don't look the same, the character models and character designs are not the same. The roster is not the same, the soundtrack is not the same. Just adding my own thing. What are some other common misunderstandings about the series? All I'm going to say is, if you're going to do some type of retrospective on the series, make sure you do your research. I have some people in mind that might be alluded to with this. Otherwise, we'll have a situation where someone watches it and regurgitates information that isn't correct. Fang is not evil Yugo. Okay, I know who he's talking about. Bloody Roar Primal Fury/Extreme is not a reboot of the series, and none of the numbered entries, 1, 2, 3, or 4, had a tournament in their stories. Watch SCXCR's maybe don't do that. I don't think parts of that have aged well. My overview video on the games, or Thorgy Arcade's video on the series. I've been into Bloody Roar a long time myself, but my attention on it always sort of ebbed and flowed over the years. Then the pandemic and resulting quarantine came around, and Bloody Roar brought me a lot of comfort during that difficult time. So my attention hasn't waned since. It's been my observation that, at least for Western fans, this timing lined up for a lot of people, almost like a Bloody Roar renaissance. Was your experience similar, or do you have an alternate perspective? Quarantine or no quarantine, I'm sure it brought a lot of comfort to fans. I don't think people exactly forgot about it prior to the quarantine, but that kind of put them in an interesting predicament where they thought about it around that time. I think what boosted the signal for Bloody Roar was the revival plan video I made back in 2019, as that was the year I truly wanted to remind people there is a community that plays Bloody Roar Extreme online, and within the same space you could talk about or play Bloody Roar together in general. That did release right before quarantine hit, so the timing makes sense. There was also the Bloody Roar 2 redub by Casey Modulo and Kira Buckland in 2020, which was worked on at home as a quarantine project since they couldn't go to studios for voice work. 2022 was definitely a high year for the series, as it was the first time Bloody Roar was going to be on a main stage at Combo Breaker, one of the biggest fighting game events of all time. Around that same time, I took advantage of the opportunity to undergo the... I assume it means go under the Jerry the OG alias, since it was easier to spell than Jeremiah Isaiah. If I've been pushing for Bloody Roar for so long, I want people to understand who I am. Not some rando that happened to know how to play the game, but someone whose passion bled as much as the IP's name for years. I can't say my experience was reflective of fans during 2019-2022, but it was definitely a shift in awareness for the franchise. Many people don't realize that the English-speaking BR community is active and thriving. What would you say is the best way for someone new to take the plunge? There's more than one way to familiarize yourself with the games. Join the Bloody Roar Extreme Discord. Look up Bloody Roar guides on this entry that is mostly played in the West. Read the Mizumi wiki on the game, and watch those retrospective videos on the series I recommended before. Learn about the characters and lore, theory craft. Whether you're playing the games, making fan fiction, or creating your original characters,
making music, redesigns for characters, or making fan art on the series in general, you're no less of a fan than I am. Even if you remember only half the series, there shouldn't be any discrimination, only understanding. The English language community isn't the only one active, though. What are some other BR communities you're aware of from other parts of the world? Vietnam is active with Bloody Roar 2. Thailand, I think, is active with 2 as well. Japan has Bloody Roar 3 locals almost daily. Colombia/Central or South America plays Bloody Roar Primal Fury/Extreme a good bit, or at least they did at one point. Most of the community is online to my knowledge, but it's pretty divided. I do think that it's cool that I'm recognized across various countries and have respect for my play. How has the online casual play and tournament scene been? What about offline, local, and bigger tournaments? Online casual play fluctuates, but it's still active even if it's not daily. Aside from myself uploading online matches when I can, as well as other members in the community, there is a YouTube channel that uploads online matches for players whether they're veterans or not, called ZSPN, Zoanthrope Sparring Program Network. This creates an opportunity for people to showcase their gameplay not only for fun, but to analyze their gameplay and grow as players as well. Combo Breaker is without a doubt the best way for Bloody Roar to truly shine, in my opinion. Nothing is better than the offline experience, being in the same area with people that share the same interest, wanting to see the game thrive in recognition, and just showing love to it. Being there 4 years has changed my perspective on the online side of things and made me prefer local much more. Do what you can to bring Bloody Roar to your own locals. You've won the Bloody Roar Extreme Tournament at Combo Breaker 4 years in a row. How does that feel? It's a culmination of building hype to showcase my favorite fighting game series in a light never seen before, which requires a lot of work, and I enjoy doing it because it's something I'm truly passionate about. I'm a visionary. When I have a connection to the particular characters I've been spending a lot of time learning what's best for them and what isn't, it creates a story that feels personal rather than just someone behind a controller or sticks manipulating a character on the screen. It feels real. Being a 4-time champion was not in my plans when it came to me doing content on Bloody Roar. If anything, think of it as its own arc, an expansion pack DLC to my life. Otherwise, I'd be stuck playing Bloody Roar online, whether it was from casual sets or not super well-known online tournaments. But I'm so glad that was never the case, because this taught me how to market myself and create opportunities for myself, as well as the community. I like giving people an incentive to come out and play. At least, that's how it's been for the past 3 years of bringing Bloody Roar Extreme back to the event. 2022 was done by the event director, Rick, aka the Hotto himself. You have any advice for someone who might want to host their own tournaments? I think this is a tough question because there's no objective, definite answer to how someone should run it. Just make sure you know what you're doing with the equipment and the game itself. It depends on how you want to go about it. In my case, I have assistance, and it all isn't coming directly out of my pocket. But the hotel, local transportation, souvenirs, maybe flight, etc., fees add up. Just make sure you're comfortable. Compensate for yourself. Have a safety net so that it does not conflict with plans. Otherwise, it becomes very hard or impossible to do. I think this goes for any bracket you want to run, specifically offline. For online, you'd have to set up the emulator properly, make sure people's time zones aren't conflicting so that it doesn't affect attendance. Both are pretty hefty in my opinion. Pretend for a moment that it's been confirmed there will be no other games in the series, no new material, and Bloody Roar is officially put to rest. What do you think its legacy should be in the minds of players and fans? What about this series would you hope people carry with them into the future? What I appreciate about Bloody Roar is how nuanced and different its sophisticated mechanics, characters, and world are from the many other fighting games within the genre. Even though the series' story took a decline in quality after Bloody Roar 2, in my opinion, I feel like that in particular was a glimpse into the possibilities the world building could have been taken to. I care about the world building in Bloody Roar more than almost any other series. I think fighting game developers could learn from Bloody Roar not only as a franchise, but as well as its community. Even though it is dormant, its unique, addicting gameplay and beloved characters are what keeps inspiring people even 20 years after its discontinuation as of this interview. I want people to remember that Bloody Roar shouldn't be treated as a novelty, but rather a fighting game that deserves as much love as its competitors that continued after its disappearance. Don't remember Bloody Roar as a victim to collateral damage from a corporate embezzlement. Remember it as a series that wasn't afraid to be different despite its competition. Keep Bloody Roar alive. Keep its name alive. Don't let people forget about it. Introduce it to people for what it is and was, not for what it couldn't be. Allow it to inspire someone. Allow it to inspire you. Now pretend the opposite. What would be your most self-indulgent hopes for a brand new Bloody Roar game? It has to be handled by the people that have true experience with the games. Takayuki Negishi and Jun Kajiwara gotta be back on the soundtrack, better music loops. And Naochika Morishita, aka Caramel Mama, have to return to the artwork department. Give Uriko her true beast form with the green hair as her hyper form. Bring Fox, Mitsuko, and Greg back as playable characters. I truly believe Bakuryu and Uriko need to be the next protagonists of the series at that point. Or at least for that new title. The new generation of Hope, especially since they were once normal humans before they were experimented on to turn them into zoanthropes by Tylon, which I feel works with the whole contention between humans and zoanthropes. Bakuryu needs to assassinate Koryu, since we all know he's just... oh my god. So, for those who don't know, Jerry hates Koryu. So this is definitely some of that seeping in. Since we all know he's just Bakuryu the First from Bloody Roar 1 that abused and brainwashed Kenji. He's a problem, both in the design because they did nothing with his story in Bloody Roar 3, and in universe because literally has no free will and is only programmed to kill. Uranus is another. Uriko could encounter Uranus, realize it was her sacrifice to save Alice that caused Uranus's existence, since she's just Uriko's experimental data converted, which would trigger her trauma, leading to her to fight Uranus, but not killing her. Just remind her that there's more to life than just fighting. Then Uranus can go off on a redemption arc to become human. Something similar to Shenlong's ending in Bloody Roar 2. She doesn't think she's a failure, but she's been indoctrinated to do nothing but fight when she doesn't have to. Those two characters' narratives, I feel, need to get wrapped up. What do you imagine is the most realistic scenario for the series' future? Either a collection, or because of Bloody Roar Extreme's exposure as of late, a re-release of Bloody Roar Primal Fury or Extreme on the Nintendo Switch 2 Online. Then maybe, just maybe, a new title for the series' 30th anniversary in 2027. I think so too. Re-releases would... Excuse me, I'm getting hiccups. Re-releases would be really ideal right now to make the games more accessible to new people who haven't heard of it before. Coincidentally, I've got some plans for the 30th anniversary in the works too, among other endeavors, so keep an eye on the zine's socials for future updates. What are you hoping young people will take away from this interview? Oh, people. Why did I say young people? I'm hoping people will realize that there is probably someone out there who is just as passionate as I am for a particular piece of media they love, but don't have the skills or assets to present their passion. So give them a chance when it's their time to do what I'm doing. Is there anything you'd like to say to the Bloody Roar community? How about the broader fighting game community? I hope I was sufficient in keeping Bloody Roar's name alive and showing how great the series truly is despite its imperfections. And to the FGC, do not treat the game exclusively as a novelty. There is depth to these games, going as far back as the first on PlayStation. Play Bloody Roar Extreme since it is the easiest to access and set up, plus there are resources out there for you to learn how the game works. Bloody Roar is one of a kind and needs to remain as one of the greatest 3D fighting games of all time. What are you most excited about for this zine? I think the art is going to be really cool. I'm really looking forward to that, but I'm excited to see whatever the zine has in store. Anything else you'd like to add? You're GOAT-worthy, and I appreciate you for wanting my insight on these things when it comes to our favorite fighting game series. Aw, thanks for saying so and for agreeing to this interview. We're both Baltimore beasts doing our best to keep this game alive in hearts and minds. Where can people... oh jeez. My eyes glazed over for a moment. Where can people find you and your work? My YouTube is Jerry the OG or Jeremiah Isaiah. I stream over on Twitch under the name Jerry the OG. My music you can find on my YouTube directly, but a good amount of my music is already on YouTube Music and Spotify. Be sure to join the Bloody Roar Extreme Discord if you want to learn more about Brex or just talk about the series in general. You're never less of a fan than myself if you love it. It's that simple. Alright. That is the last written work. So from here on out, it's going to be a bunch of images. This is actually the merch display section. So the thing about the merch section is this is a lot of digital stuff or printable stuff that you can play around with yourself. And if you download the fanzine, you'll get all of this as like little separate things that you can play with. So this is a wallpaper by Luna, specifically a character selection wallpaper, and I really like what they did with the style for this. Everyone has a style that makes Busuzima uniquely grotesque across each individual work. And obviously, like what's going on with Yugo too, but even just the little things they put into the character select icons that are not like highlighted, like the leopard spots on Sheena's beast form, the tiger stripes for Long and Shenlong, the boar tusk, even here, like the scarred eye for Gato. Nice little flourishes. And then over here we have Akoi, who provided postage stamps. There's nice little works that include both character and their beast form in some way. I like that Long's tiger is just kind of like laying on his head. And this one looks like the wolf is gonna like jump off of Yugo's arm. And of course, gotta have the Marvel. Alright, now we got bookmarks and stickers. These are by Lopsy. So these are the 3 bookmarks here. This is kind of patterned after the design on Long's back from Bloody Roar 2, I believe? Or is it there on 1 as well? I know 2 he has like the white sleeveless thing with a big design on the back, but... God, I remember seeing this one in particular just come up organically as people were chatting it out in work. Yeah, I love these. And then a wallpaper by Haley, the Nanamura family, ready to dominate Family Feud. I mean, what more can I say? Well, actually, again, I do like coming up with like individual ensembles for each of these characters that aren't really in the game, and still making it like something the character would probably actually wear. And now we have a couple of stickers over here. Eduardo Third Eye Cabello and Madame Rin Rin over here. Uranus just floating in midair, waiting for a fight to start, I guess. Got Yugo complete with the Silver Noise gear, the symbol that no one really knows what the hell that is. No one really knows what Silver Noise is either, come to think of it. Nicely done, and Alice, who appears to be mid-caramel dancing. It's cool though, it's cool though. Alright, now we got a banner. This is from Rockwell Light. You go right here, leading into the wolf, leading into this nice little red and black texturing over here. Oh, banner is in like for socials or something. Okay. Sorry, it's like 2:30 in the morning here, and I've been going for a while, so I'm a little slow on the uptake for some things. And here's 556ers again with t-shirt design. I remember seeing this a bit ago and thinking, damn, I wouldn't mind having that as like a sticker or something, but for a t-shirt that works too. Oh, the Valentine Grams. So here's how far back this zine was in the works. Around Valentine's Day, they offered to contribute. Well, actually, Argilla and 5/6ers put together these individual Valentine's Grams for every character. Some of these come off as more vaguely threatening than others, like Busazima's over here. If I remember, yeah, because there were these, which were just kind of set ones, and then you could also send a request for like customized text for one, or one that involves two of the characters. I know that because I have one that's got Shenlong and Sheena together. Oh, and these are the character avatars from the popularity poll. The one that I think it was Marvel who won. And then a lot of these people were like
the usual suspects from the rest of the rankings. Alright, so this is the cover art we saw earlier from Takun. Nicely, nicely done. Absolutely crushed it with the cover art. And now, about this. So, I contributed a couple of music tracks. They're included with the download. There's an MP3 version and a WAV version. And, fuck it. I'm gonna kill that music. Pull up the merch folder and play some of these tracks. Now, I was just kind of working with what I had for these. And I do not have any experience with, like, song mixing or song mastering, so I just did what I could. And that being said, I'll just play these in order, so this is the Marvel one first. And then there's this one, which very tonally different from the one that just played. I have a lot I could say about those, but I'll save it for a video. So, moving on. Now we're getting into the sketchbook stuff for a lot of these people. The sketchbook was something you could just contribute to voluntarily. It was things that would appear in like the work in progress channels when everyone was bouncing shit off of each other. Ideas for pitches, ideas for collabs, that kind of stuff. Like, I always forget like what the height difference is between some of these people in this game. And then I see something like this to put it into perspective. Like, I forget Busuzima's that tall because he's constantly slouching over. As opposed to like Gato, who's always like standing really upright. Makes him look even taller than he already is. And then we got just Uriko doing Uriko things over here. Oh, this is something I remember seeing like back around the time that this was first getting off the ground. In fact, I'm pretty sure I used a shot of this in the video where I asked 556 some questions. And then over here, like, it's amazing just being able to go to from that to the finished product we saw earlier. Because you can't have too much Greg. Well, Japanese players probably disagree with that, but I disagree with them. Well, this is nice. It's not necessarily things that made it in, it's just little studies about the characters and just shit they do, situations they get in. I'm glad stuff like this gets included. It feels weird seeing this without like all the like color splashes in the final piece. I mean, it looks good even without that. It almost makes Busuzima seem more menacing when it's just in grayscale. Over here, I'm realizing with the sketch, you can kind of see, based on the alignment, like even without the walls and other stuff getting perspective, you can still kind of see, based on where that is and where the back feet are, that it still has that kind of tilted perspective to it. Oh, jeez. Da Vinci Xion is my favorite Xion. And nice little work in progress drawings for the wallpaper. It's weird seeing it with just like completely flat color behind it, after having seen the other version of it. There's Angel Alice without all the effects behind it. I didn't even notice the tail before. I was noticing everything else. And this was the spot art, right, for the story of him and Mitsuko. If you have a knack for goofy shit like this,
So that's a nice little visualization of what Kronos looked like in the street clothes and just that other story. And he's got the Jamba Juice. Kronos, once you get the Jamba Juice, that you can never be the same person again. This is kind of... There are moments where this is like the dynamic between me and my wife. And we have hit the credits. That took a while to get through. These are the full names of... Well, some of them, you can see like the full names through the socials listed off to the side. And these are links. They do work. Last final, Nagi says thanks. Mana says, get out your phone and start scanning. Real low thank yous to the Knight of Good King for the early mod and organizational support, K-Strive for organization of the card and additional mod support, Jerry the OG for all the Bloody War related work and support of the project, all of you, every single contributor, applicant, pinch hitter, anyone who helped spread the word, and you looking at this right now. It would not have been possible without each and every one of you. This project was a labor of love, and we hope it brings you joy. Thank you for playing. And now here's the other thing. Fan news. This collection stands as a testament that there is still a thriving interest in Bloody Roar from fans of all stripes. More importantly, let this serve as a reminder that the series lives because we the fans, not the executives in the industry, put in the work by loving it. With the sentiment in mind, we aren't finished defending Bloody Roar's legacy, and we hope you'll join us in doing so as the fight rages on. Looking ahead, 556ers has more plans in store to invigorate the fan base. Discord server for Bloody Roar's story and fan works. Bloody Roar Fan OC free digital zine slotted for 2026. BR 30th anniversary physical charity fan book for 2027. Be sure to keep an eye on every contributor in this zine. You may find some have physical prints, charms, and other Bloody Roar merchandise for sale, including some of their works from this very project. And check out these other sources of Zoanthrope action. So, this is the fan server interest check. This is the fan server mod search / application. Down here we have a QR code for ZSPN, the YouTube channel. Combo Breaker 2025 Bloody Roar Extreme coverage. I believe that is a link to the VOD. VR Extreme server run by Jerry the OG. Gameplay. Yep, that is the Discord server. And then for some reason my retrospective series is crammed in there among all the other better stuff. And that is it. How long have I been on this? I've been on this for 5 hours. Okay, I did not quite expect it to take that long. That explains why my throat feels the way it does. Well, thanks for anybody who hung out in the midst of all this. Yeah, it's approaching 3 in the morning here. I should really go to sleep. Let me check something real quick, though. I'm just gonna hop on the Discord. Yeah, a lot of people happy that this is launching. Oh, I actually got mentioned about some of the music. Damn. Thank you for that. I'm extremely critical of my own stuff, so I'm never really sure how other people are going to like take it. But right now,
Let me... Oh, my buddy One Roll is playing. I think he's testing out an analog 3D thing for playing N64 games. So let's go pop over and say hello to him. As soon as Twitch stops telling me to subscribe to my own channel for Twitch drops. Get out of here. Okay. Ready to raid. Thank you for hanging out, guys. Catch you later. Oh, and I will have a video later explaining the full process of coming up with those songs. Peace.